Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the Friday stream, the most important stream of the working week. Why? Because it is the eve of the weekend. That's right. You have made it. You've made it to the end of the time reserved for capital and its clutches over you. And soon you will embark on a 2 day period of freedom from which you do not have to service somebody else, and they extract your value, your laboring potential in the interim. So here we are, the ultimate stream of the working week. 4AS is in the house. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up your culture warriors and their pipeline. Aussie culture warriors, as Cheese Swiss has pointed out. Yo, 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 give up your far right Vegemite. And it's funny that you say that because we actually saw, I don't know if people are aware of this, but on the first March for Australia in Sydney, there was a guy that thinks he went viral, apparently, on social media as being the Vegemite guy. And so there was like footage of him. And when the cameras were on him, he was spreading like Vegemite as war paint on his face to show his, I don't know, patriotism, I guess, or his love for Australian culture. And so, yeah, give up your far right Vegemite because it is now a symbol. It's now a thing. If you want to be really Australian, make sure you get your Vegemite jar out and start spreading that stuff on your face. It's the way that you show solidarity with the nation. Whereas the weekend equals capital cannot touch you. Capital has a bad touch. That's right. Show me on the doll here where capital has touched you. Squeeb, hey ya, how you going? Welcome. Thanks for doing the roll call. If that is you as well, if you're sitting at home watching this, sitting at your workplace watching this, wherever you are coming to us from live, let us know. If you're sitting around and lurking today, if you're going to be interacting, please do zero call. It is polite. And if you're watching this after the fact, then thanks for tuning in. Do appreciate it. Sweeps, weeds put the weak imports who don't like our Vegemite culture. Weeds out the weak imports who don't like our Vegemite culture. Damn right it does. Damn right it does. I've had some very interesting discussions with some migrants and their distaste for ye old Vegemite. And I've had some very strong words with them about the fact that they should at least try it once. And if they don't try it once, then they got to get it. So we'll be having some strong words today, I'm sure. Calzone in the house. Yo, yo. How you going? And welcome. Thanks for doing the roll call. Dilemma's in the house. I'm in the pipe 5x5. Watch out. We are in for some chop. Thank you very much for the analysis there and giving us the conditions. Vegemite is disgusting, says Daniel G. Fair enough. Fair enough. But it's obvious then that you have tried it. So all I ask is that people try Vegemite. You don't have to like it. You just have to try it. And it is part of the Australian citizenship test, I believe. So you don't have to use it as war paint, but you can if you want to. It's bonus material after you make your VB. Extra texture. Yo, yo, what is this place? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if I know who you are, Extra Texture. So let us know if you're new here. Love that Daniel G hating on Vegemite got censored. Really? You guys can't see that? Oh my God, you guys can't see that. That's hilarious. Daniel G. You used the H word and YouTube's got rid of you there. None for you. Indoctrin Nathan in the house. How we going? Welcome, welcome. And yeah, today we are going to be going down the Aussie version of the right wing pipeline. But before we do that, it is Friday, and you know our usual housekeeping, our usual ceremonial Friday call out. You got to try the mic. There it is. Fun fact, it's not blackface when you use Vegemite. Well, this person did make that argument, I think, in their speech, in their March for Australia speech in Sydney. Apparently the censor is True Blue. It's too much of a patriot. So let us, before we go forward, just take a moment to recognize Australian workers. It is, oh, sorry, all workers actually out there. It is on your backs that the modern world has been built. Everything around you, everything that you see around you right now, unless it's the natural environment, of course, but if it's anything that is being made by humans, that has been done on the backs of someone's labor or a group of people's labor. So everything has been done around you by some working person out there, some group of working people that have put time and effort into producing the things that you see around you. So it is on their backs. It is on the backs of us that everything of value has come to fruition and is why you're able to enjoy it. So we take this time to recognize ourselves as a class of people, a very important group of people in society that really make the world go round. So I'd like to acknowledge all workers, past, present, and emerging. Like I said, it is on your backs, on your shoulders, that the modern world turns. Never forget how important working people are to everything. It's not the people that direct the economy. They get all the attention, and like they might like to make the case why they're the most important. But really, at the end of the day, it's people that are, constantly throughout the most productive parts of their lives, giving their services over to the economy, usually for pay. Sometimes they're doing it in an entrepreneurial fashion and like they're contributing value that way. That's fine. They're still working and they're doing stuff. They're adding value for all of us and pushing us all forward. And honestly, without people like us, the world would not exist in the way that it does today. It would be an absolute travesty. Hello, sick as fuck, got a sore throat, maybe too much archery, too much time out in the elements, digging things out of the ground. So I hope you can relax and listen to the stream today. Maybe that might make you feel better. Fun fact. Oh, that's why you're saying LOL dilemmas. Wings of Sneeze in the house. Aussie might, but Aussie's owned and made. If it doesn't have our flag on the product, you're supporting the left. I thought like the way to tell if something's made in Australia or not is the little kangaroo symbol, and there's a little bar that tells you how much of it is made in Australia. So yes, after we've made our acknowledgements to the working people of the world and how important they are, we can now move forward. We are going to be going down for Far Right Fridays. Today we're going to be doing a specific one or a particular one that looks at the Aussie far right-wing pipeline on social media, so we can kind of get an understanding of how people get, I guess you would say, radicalized. I don't think that's even really a fair assessment. There are some people I'm sure that would be radicalized online, but like radicalizing is rich because like the type of Australian content that is online that is kind of right-wing leaning is pretty cringe, to be honest. Like it's not up there. It's not the American standard. I don't even think it's the British or the UK standard of right wing content. It's it's not as great. It's not as high quality. But I guess Australian social media influencers and content creators aren't as good as kind of what can come out of America anyway in terms of production value. But like, this is the type of content we're going to be looking at today that pushes people towards right-wing stylized propaganda. And like, this is where the working class and working people, a significant portion of working people get influenced. And so it's good to have a look at how working people are interpreting the world and what type of content they're digesting. And this has been very meticulously curated by none other than in our in-house Far Right Fridays collator. That is Jerry Poppins. Some of you know him on Discord as chairman of the Cord. So thank you very much to Jerry Poppins for putting together today's playlist, and we'll kind of go through and see the pieces that we want to give attention to. Like, one of them's like half an hour long, so I don't know if we're going to get through all of the pieces, but we'll get a general sentiment on how people of a right-wing bent digest content online on social media. It's not hardcore, I'd say. A lot of this stuff, it's kind of moderate center, and then getting deeper and deeper into the pipeline from there. So here we are. This is where we're going to be going today. I hope you are ready. My kids in kindy, it's a new sickness every week. Yeah, fair enough. I get over about 3 months of a virus, bruv. I feel ya. Yeah, 3 months. There's some stuff going around at the moment, and it's not like it used to be, that's for sure. I get some kind of fucking flu about twice or 3 times a year. Dude, I'm just happy I'm not a conquistador, because it makes sense why North America died to Eurasian diseases. I like the Aussie flag. I float in the wind. I'm like the Aussie flag. I float in the wind. Very poetic of you there, Squeeb. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Oh, yeah. Shall we get our first taste of the day? Let us sink our teeth into, I guess you would call this center right, right-wing stuff. And this is just to start us off. And this is not like from a right-wing content creator, but this is from SBS, and this is a brief history of the Liberal Party, just to kind of get us all on the same page, as that is I would say, Australia's right-wing not original, but like a right-wing party of choice. It's how you enter in to that domain, and you can go from more hardcore from there if you want, but this is as we move from the center, this is how it gradates. This is the gradient. Jerry, thank you, Jerry Poppins. One of the good Jerrys. There it is. How you going, Jerry? It's good to have you. SBS is Star sponsored. Fake news. You are on the troll circuit today. Scream. Keep up that energy. I love it. All right, let's get an understanding of where the Liberal Party came from none other than SBS, shall we? All right, let's have a look.
The Liberal Party of Australia. It has the most election wins under its belt out of any other party in Australia, and 2 of the longest serving Prime Ministers. It's currently led by this guy. But where did the Liberal Party come from? And who are they now? The name the Liberal Party was chosen in 1944 when the party was founded, due to its association with liberalism, a philosophy based on the rights of the individual. You see, Robert Menzies, the founding member of the Liberal Party, was very strong on the whole notion of individual choice. His assessment was that the Labor Party was born out of the union movement, and nobody spoke for people who were self-employed, the middle class, and women. In 1949, the Liberals, having partnered with the Country Party, won their first federal election as a coalition, making Menzies the Prime Minister. He was a strong advocate for the 1901 Immigration Restriction Act, more commonly known as the White Australia Policy.
As long as we possibly can, we ought to aim at having a homogeneous population. I don't want to see reproduced in Australia the kind of problem they have in South Africa, or in America, or increasingly in Great Britain. I think it's been a very good policy, and it's been of great value to us.
In the 60s, the Liberals changed laws, essentially paving the way to abolish the policy. Other well-known Liberal policies include resettling Vietnamese refugees after the Vietnam War in 1976, establishing Yours Truly, the special broadcasting service, in 1978, bringing in tougher gun laws after the Port Arthur massacre in 1996, and creating Australia's offshore processing system for asylum seekers in 2001.
It's about this nation saying to the world, we are a generous, open-hearted people, taking more refugees on a per capita basis than any nation except Canada. We have a proud record of welcoming people from 140 different nations. But we will decide who comes to this country and the circumstances in which they come.
And this is the modern roots of the March for Australia right here. I think the sentiment really comes out of this type of notion. Hey, we accept all sorts in this fine land. We will decide.
Other best-known Liberal leaders include Harold Holt, who mysteriously went missing in the ocean, Tony Abbott, who among other things, ate an onion, Malcolm Turnbull, who pushed out Tony Abbott, and then about 3 years later had the same done to him by Scott Morrison, who was PM until losing the election in 2022, making way for their current leader, Peter Dutton. So how does...
So this is 6 months old, this one. So I guess it's referencing Lord Voldemort there is a little bit old. But like not by much. 6 months ain't bad. Hey. Yeah, the Stop the Boats rhetoric is from Johnny Boy. Picked up on a great sentiment there. Really understood how to get the rhetoric going. Yeah, he might be one of the most important culture warriors in Australian history then, in that sense. Hey? Like all of the talk about, stop the boats. That's some good culture war stuff. Look at the head, look at the head, look at the head. Don't look over here. Don't think about policy stuff. Just look at those boat people. Hey?
Does the Liberal Party stack up to its original manifesto? Here's what one political scientist had to say.
Weirdly, I think the Liberal Party is probably closer to its original party than the Labor Party is. Even though they've never had a strong sense of purpose necessarily, apart from opposing Labor, there's always been tension between Conservatives and Liberals inside the Liberal Party. That was the case in 1944 when the party was founded, and it's the case today. It's always going to be the case as long as there is a party on the left, like Labor, that at least says that it represents working class interests. As long as Labor exists, there will be a party that exists to oppose it. And I think somehow that purpose, which isn't necessarily ideological or have to do with the kind of society that we want, but that purpose of opposing Labor seems to keep the Liberal Party in relatively good shape.
What an interesting omission by a political analyst that is. It's like the Liberal Party exists in opposition to Labor. Now, like if you've followed this channel for long enough, you would understand my positions on this idea that there is an internal struggle in this mode of production based on capital, basically our economy, and the main internal struggle there is basically the idea that there is a battle between the forces of capital, so the capitalists, and the forces of the laborers. And so inside of that struggle, there's many different things that like the entirety of society is based around that central struggle and social relation. And so they've admitted here that whenever there is going to be a Labor Party that fights for working class rights, whether they do or not, you could argue that for days, but like whenever there is going to be a class that defines itself by fighting for working class rights, then there will be an oppositional party to that is somewhere a blend between liberalism, which is based kind of on the ideas of individual freedom, based on the idea of participation in a free market society, and conservatism, which is obviously remaining the status quo in terms of traditional values and positions on certain things, or at least, if not remaining in the status quo, returning to a golden era of some sort where conservative values reigned. That a political analysis was garbage. Twitch streamers can do better than that. Yeah, fair enough. I guess it was pretty loose. But like it's an interesting comment though, nonetheless, that the Liberal Party only exists in opposition to Labor. So that really the Australian political project, at the federal level at least, has boiled down to the fact that Australian workers organised quite well on a political standpoint and wanted to argue and agitate for working class issues, and so someone had to scramble together to put a party that was in opposition to some type of workers' control over our liberal democratic system. That's very interesting. You don't normally have that, and I guess that's why Australia is probably a little bit different potentially to other liberal democratic societies that might have had old aristocratic political movements like your Whigs or something like that would have come into the democratic system as old lords that would have had high expectations, and they would have been filled with snobbery, and they would have had very, yeah, like I said, very high expectations, and felt like they had the ability to control that system. And like things had to shift from there, from those expectations, and change from that standpoint, where it would seem, as she's describing it here, it was the opposite. It was a workers' movement that was something that needed to be resisted against and moved in order to change the system. That's a very interesting point there. But like, talk about culture warrior, eh? Johnny himself, eh? Johnny himself. Looks like Charlie knows how to spell. Good for Charlie. I don't know if Charlie does know how to spell, actually. It's a lot of capital letters there. And great profile picture, too. Very funny. But, you know. You normally put the letters together in order to form words. That's a hint for Charlie there. Wow, we have a unifier joining us. Heartwarming. I was talking about the political scientist. Looks like, just to clarify, it wasn't aimed at you. Yes, sorry. No, I know that political scientist, like what you're saying, it seemed a bit lazy. It's very like interesting how they framed it, though, I must admit. A lot of workers also vote Liberal, as they emphasize with needing structure/order to manage the house. Analogy, they don't want their tax dollars funding lazy people. Yeah, and that's that liberal, old school liberal ethic that they were talking about there. I think, yeah, but like, I was really pointing out the fact that what she was saying, that they formed in opposition or in reaction to a workers' movement. That's really interesting. Nowadays, if you're saying that they are like people of the working classes vote for them, yeah, I think that's pretty obvious, actually. The way they split suburbs and like all the stuff that happens in various capital cities in all the various states, how it's split along different suburban boundaries. If we didn't have a party that ever even says it stands for working rights, then we'd be in a situation similar to America, where liberals are seen as left-wing, as socialists or anarchists. Yes, Kamala Harris is a dirty commie. Never forget that. Your mum is I don't know, you keep breaking up your words. You might have to put letters together to form your sentences and your words. This is why people in Australia stopped paying their industry dues. Can't get elected without a majority vote. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Say it all in one. Yeah, I know. Pupil level maggot. He's a bit slow. He's trying. All right, so that's just to get us started off. History of how the right entered into the political spectrum or sphere. Mystery is baiting the board guy. Look, I got to have my entertainment somewhere too. Can't just all be Charlie. Industry dues. Union Party membership on decline. All right, so this is another piece brought to us by Jerry Poppins. It's an interesting direction he's going with the pipeline here. So this one's called The Young Conservatives, hoping to turn the Liberal Party's fortunes around. It's from the 7:30 report, and this was done 2 weeks ago. So we talked about cringe, but like these are some of the cringiest people you can find. Young Liberals. They are very entitled young people who have, I guess, their sights set on a career in politics or some type of platform to launch into their business careers. But, you know, generally, and like, I'm just generalizing here. Correct me if I'm wrong. They are cringeworthy people. So we'll see how the young Conservatives are hoping to turn around the Liberal Party's fortunes. Let's get a lesson in that, shall we? I am on the edge of my seat with this one. It's going to be riveting.
When you're in sort of youth politics, that's always the issue when you're in sort of youth politics. There's a sense of, does this person, really believe these things? Do they have the life experience? I certainly like to think I do.
Yeah, Politics can make for an interesting conversation at the Gannon household. Dad Scott was involved in the union movement, but his son has taken a decidedly different path.
Next thing you know, he's...
I did. Apparently I interviewed someone from the union movement. I had no idea. Sorry, not the union movement, from the Young Liberals, apparently. Maybe like a small level content creator of sorts. And yeah, she was more than happy to speak to me about what she thought was going on at the March for Australia, the original one in Sydney, not the second one. And yeah, someone named her and shamed her in the Discord. They were just like, oh, this is a young Liberal influencer. I think it was When You Nut who called them out. But yes, I did actually.
Getting involved with the Liberal Party, and I thought he'll grow out of that.
And father's on the phone from Perth going, no, go Labor.
Yeah. The family barbecues. It's funny how everyone sort of teams up on me in one way.
It's good banter at Christmas time.
Yes, yeah.
From the cars to the shops to the bills to housing, where's my cash, does my bleed.
The political staffer is one half of a young Liberal power couple alongside his wife, Sky News commentator Freya Leach, who until recently had her own show on the network.
Socialists are strange. They go to protests, which they film on their iPhones, thanks capitalism. They call for the overthrow of Australia, thanks freedom of speech.
But the two are somewhat of an oddity among their generation, embracing the Liberal Party. Of the 20 federal seats with the highest proportion of voters under 35, the coalition only holds 3. A decade ago, in the same seats, it held 7.
Yeah, I know, right? Thanks, Capital, for the iPhone. Thanks, Capital, for free speech. Eh? Tell that to Elon Musk. Eh? Tell that to Donald Trump and all the university campuses that have been shut down for allowing those pesky Palestinian protesters. Eh? Fucking free speech. That's where Capital wins every day of the week. Jag in the house. The Friday we've all been waiting for. These are the Young Liberals, Jag. Welcome to Australia's hopeful, new hopeful conservatives, I guess you would call it. Right wing, more moderate right wing, I guess you would say. We're not down the far right section yet. We're just poking in a little bit, having a look around, and then we're going to go deeper soon.
At Sydney University, the Conservative Club is figuring out how to bounce back after the crushing result.
We need to make it happen by any means possible. If that means doing some soul searching, then we've got to do it.
It's peak politics season on campus with the Student Representative Council campaign underway, but the Conservatives aren't running a candidate this year. The club are focused on a bigger battle, how to sell the essence of the Liberal Party to young people.
It's those values of innovation, of embracing technological advancements, starting a business, and if we communicate those ideas well, I think we can bring young people back to our movement. Those ideals are timeless, and those political movements have worked in other places in the world.
730 has obtained a copy of the New South Wales Young Liberals' submission to the Federal Party over the election loss in May earlier this year. It's a withering assessment of its policy.
Does this guy have a mullet and a mustache? Is that what's happening there? Eh? ABC reporters are changing. Eh? Now this guy's reaching out to the working class right there.
And campaigning style that this says alienated.
Man, the ABC has truly fallen off if it's doing a doco on the Young Libs. Well, look, you know, they're struggling. You got to give them something to work with here. Struggling at the moment. Absolutely decimated. So, like, might as well document how the phoenix rises from the fire.
Key voting blocks, not just young people, but also women.
If we're not being seen to take the issue of gender representation seriously, then it doesn't look like we're taking the Australian public seriously, and they won't trust us and they won't vote for us.
Georgia Loudon was the last president of the Young Liberals in New South Wales and signed off on the submissions. It calls for a serious conversation on quotas for female candidates, something Georgia opposed in the past.
There's constant lip service to the issue, but nothing is changing. So I think that quotas are kind of necessary.
So good. Liberals now with women. So good. Damn, Aussies, 1980s, just catching up. So good. That guy named Aryan Ilkhani is definitely a descendant from a medieval Egyptian sultan. Rather than being a warrior king who leads slave soldiers to jihad, he's a young liberal. Eh? Times have changed. Eh? That's the Australian dream right there. The Australian dream, the embodiment of it right there.
Temporary blunt instrument to really equalise the playing field while we address the underlying cultural and structural barriers.
Charlotte Mortlock runs Hilmer's network to specifically engage women with the Liberal Party.
This very, very vital line in the sand that we can say, yes, we've had a women's issue, we've got it loud and clear. What else can we do aside from quotas that would give that strong enough message to the public that they would actually switch on and listen to us? They will not even consider us and consider our policies until we make those changes.
Once upon a time, the Liberal Party counted on much of Sydney Harbour as its heartland, but it's been unable to win back these seats it lost to Teal independents.
I think we do need to be committed to net zero, and we need, clear, credible policies on climate change. The reality is that, from a purely pragmatic perspective, if we ever want to win government again, we've got to win back city seats, and city seats, voters in city seats take the issue of climate change very seriously.
Dude, how good was the Kim Jong-un one? So good. Gangster Kim Jong-un. Hey? Not Kim, it's King, baby. Oh, yeah.
Cooper Gannon took over the New South Wales Young Liberals presidency from Georgia Loudon in August, and he's less interested in these ideas.
The average Aussie family isn't...
Do you reckon they work in business, these young Liberals? Because, all of the young Liberals I see, they always look like they're, coming home from the office or just about to start their day in some type of office culture or something like that. Or do you reckon they just wake up and they're already dressed like this? Maybe he showers like this as well. They always got this vibe going on.
Talking about them in their family home. You don't hear...
Grand Tiva's in the house. Yo, yo. Chronic distrust of young Liberals. They infiltrated the Australian Progressive Party and basically took it over, ousted the founder. The rest of us that formed the party left also. Wow, there you go. Now Bill Gates doesn't want anything to do with climate change. Hey, things are changing in that regard, eh?
Conversations around gender quotas in Western Sydney. You don't hear conversations about the merits of net zero in parts of suburban Melbourne. You do hear them in commentariat circles and obviously in the Liberal Party from a policy level.
In metropolitan areas, if you take out baby boomers and elder Australians, our primary drops down to 18%. But I do think that there are probably other young Liberals that their views might be more, aligned with a lot of the grandparents in Australia.
I fundamentally disagree. That might be the perception from the policy platform, which I would be the first person to tell you our policy platform has not been reflecting our values as of recent. But if you drill into what's at the heart of the Liberal Party, there is a space there for young people who don't want the government to tell them how to live their lives.
I want the young Liberals to be more activist, pushing the dial on key policy issues and saying to the senior party, hey, we actually think you've got the settings wrong on this one, and we're going to call you out for it. Oh, whoa.
Cooper Gannon isn't alone in calling out the party. He's keen to invigorate his fellow young Liberals who he's meeting with in Sydney.
Go for it. So, what's new? What's been happening?
We were seen as fighting culture wars and being too aggressive and not actually providing any substantial policy reform.
The lack of policy and bold ambition for the future was what let us down ultimately in the election.
Do you reckon that's true? Do you reckon that's why they lost their federal election recently? The coalition? Just because they tried to tackle some big issues, some culture issues, and they failed miserably? That's because Lord Voldemort had no policy. Yeah, that's probably a part of it, I guess. Timu Trump and failed. This guy went to March for Australia protest. He could be called a latte-sipping commie. It's a pretty good point, actually. Yeah, it's a very good point. Does look like a goddamn commie. One of those city types.
Elevator up, take the elevator down, take the...
Charlotte Mortlock is determined to keep pushing for a party that can win over women like her and the young people it's lost, bringing back the broad church to sing from the same hymn sheet.
That is the joy of the Liberal Party, is that you all sit together and break bread and have good conversations. As a society, I think we all need to do that and make that really proactive decision and deliberate decision to do that.
Interesting. They're coming back. They're hoping to turn. Remember those faces. Remember those faces. They are the future. They lost because they didn't have any detailed plans. Lazy. Lazy. All right. This one's going to be interesting.
Back in 2022.
Why Australia is suddenly declaring war on immigration. This is Geo Polica. And this is from 11 days ago. This is fresh. Australia went from the world's most successful multicultural nation to declaring an all-out war on migration. And it happened fast. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Let's have a look here and see why Australia is suddenly declaring war on immigration. This is, can you feel the steeper decline forming here? We're starting to move down the pipeline here. My weekend plan is more detailed than the Liberal Party's policy. Never forget the Cronulla skirmishes. Is that what? Are you a revisionist, Squeeb? Is that what they call the Cronulla riots now? The skirmishes?
Australia made a decision that changed the country forever. After 2 years of having some of the world's strictest border controls during COVID, they threw the gates wide open. In a single year, 536,000 people flooded into Australia. That's like adding the entire population of Tasmania in just 12 months. And it happened to a country that already had one of the world's highest immigration rates per capita. But the curious thing is that this wasn't some refugee crisis or humanitarian emergency. This was a deliberate policy choice by the Australian government. Fast forward to 2025, and something quite different has happened. The same Australians who once prided themselves on being one of the world's most successful multicultural societies are now marching in the streets demanding immigration cuts. Over 54,000 people gathered across every major city in coordinated protests. So, what the hell happened? How did Australia go from immigration success story to immigration crisis in just 3 years? And why are ordinary Australians suddenly rejecting the very thing their country was built on? Well, this is how even the world's most successful immigration nation can reach a breaking point. To understand how we got here,
look who's there, front and center. Stop importing terrorists. And there's Desi Freeman, a man who shot 2 coppers in cold blood and has been on the run from police ever since. And that was like, what, 2 months ago now? 2 months ago now? What about the homegrowns? Obviously not worried about them. That's the problem, again, like I know we talk about it all the time, but that's one of the problems of the culture wars, is the contradictions are very difficult to resolve, or it's hard to reconcile with, like, worried about terrorists coming in via immigration channels, where you have a sovereign citizen who shot 2 police officers in cold blood. Now imagine if one of these terrorists that you were importing into the country shot 2 coppers in cold blood. Could you imagine, like, 54,000 people on the streets? That's nothing. You know, there would have been a lot of people upset about that one, waving their Australian flags and marching down the street. But it's funny to see these things existing in the same shot. It's very interesting how it all works. Isn't that the number that included the counter protests? Yeah, well, I don't think we're here to fact check. I'm not against immigrants, but do it with a plan.
We need to go back to the beginning. In 1945, Australia had 7.4 million people.
This is the beginning, okay? Remember, Australia, as we know it today in the modern era, started in 1945. Just like that. We aren't saying that they will shoot people. No. Those are the people that were born here. They do that stuff.
And the government was terrified. World War II had just shown how vulnerable a sparsely populated continent could be, sitting right next to the world's most populous region. The solution? Immigration. Lots of it. Arthur Calwell's Populate or Perish campaign kicked off the most sustained immigration program any country has ever attempted. By 2025, Australia's population had grown to 27.5 million, nearly a four-fold increase in 80 years. But 75% of that growth came from immigration. That basically means that 3 out of every 4 new Australians over the past 8 decades were immigrants or their children. And that's a demographic transformation on a scale that would make even the Roman Empire jealous, because this country didn't just take anyone. They created what became the gold standard of immigration policy, the points system. Launched in 1989, it was beautifully simple. Want to migrate to Australia? You needed points. English skills, education, work experience, age. Everything was scored and ranked. Only the best made it through. The system worked very well. By the 2000s, Australia was consistently ranked as having the world's most successful immigration program. Second-generation immigrants were outperforming native-born Australians in schools. Crime rates among immigrant communities were lower than the general population. Integration was so successful that 85% of Australians agreed multiculturalism had been good for the country. At this point, Australia had cracked the code. They figured out how to take people from every corner of the globe and turn them into Australians. But there's always a catch. And in this case, it was that all of this success happened at relatively moderate levels. Even during the peak years of the Howard government, immigration rarely exceeded 200,000 per year. The infrastructure could cope.
200,000 a year. That's interesting. Can we just say? Evalava's in the house. Yo, what's up, what's up? I'm here back from fighting landlords and their realtor stooges. The left-hand driving defines us. People will never forget the correct way to go, politically speaking. Can those points be bought? Yeah, I know, that's an interesting one because that's how it works now as well. If you've got $1 million, you can come into the country. No points needed. Also, who's more likely to have points? People who are born into the conditions to attain them. Well, that's the point of the point system, isn't it? Hey, getting the right people here. Not people that are just skilled, but people that can speak English and have the right demographics too. They've got to be the right age. We don't want old people coming here, clogging up the system. Right? We want quality, not quantity. And that was a catch cry, a massive one at the March for Australia in both of the cases that I went to. I'm noticing, unless he's just lurking today, you're a bit quieter today, Dilemmas. Waiting to hear your commentary on some of this stuff, to be honest. This is our March for Australia wheelhouse right here. I expected you to be more vocal. They can fix the issues in their own country. Don't send the issues to us.
Housing was still being built. Schools had space. Hospitals weren't overwhelmed. The system worked because it was sustainable. But then, everything changed. What started as 68,000 migrants in 1996 became a relentless acceleration that nobody seemed to notice until it was too late. By 2019, net overseas migration had reached 300,000, already a record. But that was nothing compared to what was coming. See, immigration had become Australia's economic drug of choice. GDP growth, immigration. Labour shortages, immigration. Aging population, more immigration. Politicians loved it because it made the economic numbers look good without requiring difficult reforms or productivity improvements. But there was a problem hiding in plain sight. While total GDP was growing, GDP per capita, the thing that actually matters for living standards, was stagnating.
I make a point of mentioning this to my parents. 1, vaccines are safe. 2, my parents were immigrants. Then I ask them, how many nurses do they have in their family? Welcome to the chat. Get to the point, British AI YouTuber. Hey, I've been trying to build a Warhammer-like figurine out of Lego from a pile of spare parts. Right, as long as you are working effectively in the background, then seems like you must be in agreement. Silence is agreement. Indoctrination. You know, people have to take those English tests every 2 to 3 years if they come from a country that speaks another language. Even if they speak English as a first language, if they have another language, they need to spend $400 plus and sit down in class for 6 to 8 hours to be dehumanized for the fact that they are different. There you go, savage. The issue for me is that I don't identify with Liberal or Labor and don't care too much for which party did what. No, I'm more talking about this one. This is the immigration debate, because I know we've had some talks about this stuff before. I want solutions, policies now. Quality plus quantity equals value of another person. Disgusting. Pirate Party next election. Yeah, very good. Very good. And the Cannabis Party too, please. If they're still a thing.
Australia was getting bigger, not richer. The Productivity Commission, Australia's most respected economic institution, tried to warn people. In 2021, they published a damning report showing that the pre-COVID immigration levels were unsustainable. They found that most of the economic benefits from immigration went to the immigrants themselves, not existing Australians. But nobody was listening. The immigration lobby was too powerful, the economic narrative too seductive, and the political incentives.
Who's the lobby? Who's the immigration lobby, do you reckon? I wonder what that means. Is that a thing? Is there a lobby group in Australia called the Immigration Lobby or something akin to that? I would like to know more. Or if it's just one of those kind of general anti-establishment kind of calls. It's obviously the lobby. It's in the ear of all the politicians. They're all making bank off immigration. Is there an Australian federal level lobby group that deals specifically with wanting more immigration? An immigration lobby. Yes, the Australian federal government groups and peak bodies that lobby in favour of higher immigration. Here are key examples. Australian Industry Group, AI Group, that's interesting. The Australian Council of Trade Unions. These two large organisations jointly backed a statement arguing that Australia should not cut annual permanent migration intake, effectively acting as a pro-migration lobby stance. So they're not a immigration lobby. They are industry and trade unions, but they have a pro-migration lobby stance. Second, number 2, the Migration Council of Australia and allied groups. While not strictly a single immigration lobby group whose sole purpose is higher immigration, Migration Council of Australia and other settlement advocacy organisations do engage in federal level policy advocacy for immigration and settlement. For example, there were signatories in the AIACTU statement. So yes, there is a federal level lobby for immigration, but I did not locate any highly publicized single purpose immigration increase lobby organization. So it's part of an industry group, it's part of a trade union, and part of the Migration Council Australia. I wonder if they have a website, Migration Council Australia. I'm sure they would, right? Would you like to know more? Yes, I would like to know more. Maybe this one? Oh, not found. Uh-oh, what's going on here then? About Us. Let's try that. The Social Policy Group. Non-for-profit registered charity, SPG, delivers comprehensive and end-to-end solutions by integrating policy and program design, economic modeling, community development. Yeah, right. Whatever. Gender equality, health, immigration, justice. I don't know if this is the same thing. It's like a general kind of think tank group, it would seem. They look at lots of stuff. Okay. So it's not that they're just an outright immigration lobby group. Right. This is funny, isn't it? All right, fair enough. So there are groups that lobby the government for immigration. That's the main thing. Outright lobby group? Who knows? It's the globalists. So good. Immigration lobby probably has ties to WEF, etc. The test was in a lecture theatre. Everyone was Asian Arabic. I'm not saying institutional racism, but interesting. It was interesting. One time I encountered a reversal casual racism. There was this white girl that I sat next to in my accounting degree, and we both wore glasses. Everyone in the class, aside from us, was pretty ethnic, Arab, Indian, Asian, etc. At the end of the course, everyone agreed, "Oh yeah, we thought you were brother and sister because you look similar." And we think, "Oh wow, this is what it feels like." That's hilarious. Oh my god. But you all look the same, hey? You whiteys with your glasses on. Hey? I just got profiled.
Too strong. Then COVID hit. For the first time since World War II, Australia's borders were essentially closed. Net overseas migration went negative, minus 88,800 in 2020 to 2021. For 2 years, Australia got to experience what life was like without mass immigration. And something interesting happened. Wage growth accelerated, youth unemployment plummeted, rental vacancy rates increased, traffic got better, hospital waiting lists shortened. It was like the country could suddenly breathe again.
Sorry, when we were on lockdown, did everyone feel the effects of having less traffic on the road? Did everyone find a job during COVID? Anyone have any problem finding work during COVID? Vacancy rates down. People could find housing. Housing affordability crisis disappeared. So I'm struggling to remember what it was like during COVID, and like it turned into a worker's paradise. But like maybe people can correct me if I'm wrong, because I must have had I have a different memory of COVID. I was employed at the time and I was able to work from home. So like, you know, I lived in a luxurious and privileged bubble, but like maybe there were other people out there that, you know, were struggling to find work, and all of a sudden were able to find work, and they were like, you know, wanted to go on the streets and do some Sunday driving, and then somehow found out that all the roads were vacant and all that sort of stuff. Vacancy rates in hospitals, cancelled all elective surgery. Yeah, it was a paradise as you got to work from home. Feet on the couch. Yeah, say the line, mystery. Yeah, I know, right? Absolutely, the drive to work was awesome during COVID. And it's because migration, all the people that had migrated here previously and clogged up the system disappeared during COVID. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Well, it's just funny because like if all those people are here and they're causing a problem, and then you stop migration and the problem disappears, then those people that were causing the problem, what happened to them? Did they disappear too? Oh my God, it's like a magic trick. That's a funny way of framing it. I wonder if they know that, and it's just like for the sensationalism. They must just be sensationalizing that. It doesn't make sense. We had the Kevin Rudd rap song. It was a great time to be alive, bro. It was a great time to be alive.
Got better. Hospital waiting lists shortened. It was like the country could suddenly breathe again. But rather than take this as a sign to recalibrate, the government saw it as a crisis to be fixed. When borders reopened in 2022, they didn't just return immigration to pre-COVID levels. They went nuclear. The Albanese government, determined to make up for lost time, unleashed the largest immigration surge in Australian history, 536,000 people in 2022 to 2023. That's a 2% population increase in a single year, the equivalent of adding a city the size of Canberra every 2 months. To put this in perspective, even Sweden's infamous migration crisis of 2015, the one that reshaped European politics, was smaller as a percentage of population. Australia's 2022 to 23 intake was the largest per capita immigration surge by any developed nation.
I like the imagery they use in the background. They're showing like busy airports and stuff like that, and like that immediately makes people feel uncomfortable. Because if you ever spend time traveling, having to wait in lines at airports just makes you fucking on edge. And so like the footage is choice. Like as someone who used to spend more time editing and stuff like that, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. What are things that are two related topics? People flying and like immigration. Let's show a busy airport. That makes people feel fucking uncomfortable. God, I hate a busy airport. Kev Says. Wow, people remember Kev Says. I know you do, Wings of Cheese. I didn't know there were others there. That's so good. We're not sure if I've asked this, but have you thought about making more rap? You know, I think we have had this discussion, probably would have been like a year ago or something. But like, yes, but like I need to find more time. Like once I kind of get to a point where I can, I don't know, get a team together and get content sorted and all that sort of stuff, then I will start branching back out into other things again. But yeah. I wouldn't mind doing that stuff again. It was so much fun. Like I'm telling you, it was so much fun. Like the editing and all the production wasn't as great. But like, you know, filming it, writing the music and stuff like that, fucking great stuff. Great stuff. And I'm not going to mention the backlog of immigration applications because that's not relevant to my point. He's an artist at heart. I try. We all try. Such good times. How did Albanese do that? Lifting the COVID restrictions. So good. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I don't know about your industry, but like maybe turn yourself back to COVID. But the shutdown of migration had an impact on our industry where we were working. We actually did rely a lot on people coming in with certain degrees to help our section in the government service. And we found it very hard to hire people during that period. And, you know, for the most part, we couldn't wait until it was over so we could start hiring again because a lot of the people that we needed with the skills that we needed were coming in from overseas. And it's not just, you know, from dirty third world countries. Import the third world, get the third world, I think was the chant being used. I think a lot of the people that we would get with degrees that we required were from New Zealand or the UK or something like that. A lot of them. But we couldn't get anyone coming across. Can you give us some musical samples live on stream, Mystery? Don't think we've heard your vocals. Oh, that's not true. I'm sure you have when we've done some of the music stuff. I'll play something for you later. How about that? B4DB3. That's the link. There it is. Are these people? We import nurses as known here in the chat, I think. It's worth playing for people. Kevin Rudd is the only politician that had songs sung about his awesomeness, e.g. The Herd, The King is Dead, and of course, our man, Mystery. Interesting. Are these people trying to say the migrants are actually living here permanently or temporarily? I ask because I'm just thinking like Australia's population growth doesn't seem like it's that bad. I think the case that is usually made is it is unsustainable bringing 500,000 people in a year because the infrastructure is not there to match it. So it's an unsustainable level. I think that's the general argument. Like I feel like it feels like the longest time it's been around 25 million. We're up to 27 million apparently. Sing, baby. I will. Wait, I'll do it later. I'm gonna sing for you now. Sorry. It wasn't a song exactly. I wasn't singing anyway. It's more of a rap, I guess you'd say. Obviously that'll change, but maybe I'm stuck in the past. Sounds like the government making several bad decisions in a row, not left or right. If people want to check out the music, there it is. 4S is dropping it there. If you want to have a look at what everyone's talking about. Like, do you want to do, should we just do Kev Says so people know what we're talking about? I can't believe you can still find it. It's in the music section. I can't even find my own stuff. Ah, here it is. There we go. And I don't need copyright for this. I wonder if I get copyright claim. YouTube's algorithm is really stupid when it comes to this stuff. And we're going to have a quick deviation so I can show you what me and 4IS used to look like back in the day when we were younger. During COVID, is that right, 4IS? Do you reckon this is? It's 4 years ago in Sydney. It was uploaded 9th of February 2021. There you go. Hey? Oh, yes, he's brought out the fucking David Harvey stuff. It's so good. It was during COVID. Hey? Obviously, we weren't respecting the lockdown or the social distancing. All right, let's have a look.
Kev Says. Kev Says. Kev Says.
It's the main game.
Kev Says.
Sorry, just going to line you up again here.
Kev Says.
Oh, there's Rupert.
Kev Says. Kev Says. Yeah, alright. Kev Says. Here we go. They call me Kevin 07, King Kev, the top dog. If you like media watch, then you'll think I'm a god. Queensland represent from the country to the city. Wanna stop Murdoch? Yeah, I founded that committee. I'm brushing off mud, cause with me it never sticks. I'm immune to forgery, I'm the classic press.
Just a little bit relaxed. Just a little bit.
Trick. I started from scratch, broke an 80-20 split. GFC savior, you could say I'm lit. Kev Says. Oh, and Kev Says. Oh, Kev Says. Oh, Kev Says. Got foe to my left, sky to my right. No chance to be civil or polite in this fight. The character attacker trying to chip my paint, but I won't be stopped, so no restraint. With a story so big that it comes in parts, smoking my rivals as if they were darts. Entered politics just to change the business. Knock, knock, Gina, I'ma ruin your Christmas. Oh! Kev Says.
Sorry, just going to line you up again here.
Kev Says.
Was that burn car prop made in-house? There, Mr. E got some guns for the boys. Eh? For the boys. That was actually, yes, made in-house. We made that. Definitely. Don't tell anyone, though. That was a secret. We did that the night before.
There's Rupert.
Kev Says.
Rupert's the main game.
Kev Says.
Culture of fear.
See this guy here. Oh, we probably can't. There's a guy on the. Keep your eye on this dude on top of the car. That's the person who curated today's playlist. That's all I'm gonna say.
Stand up, stand up.
Kev Says. Kev Says.
Welcome to Australian politics.
Who's gonna see this? Like Kev Dogs. Kev Dogs has seen it. I think Jordan told me he sent it to him, and he had like a chuckle to himself about it. But I think it was pretty much like, whew. It's like, why are they doing this? What's wrong with these people? Like kind of thing. It was more like that.
I'm Ace, I'm Grace, I'll put you in your place. I serve super slogs and pass without a trace. No handling my slandering, my foes they are abandoned. To my calls there ain't no answering. Shall I burn your ass in Mandarin? Oh! Speaking of climate, my stance is immovable. All the panels say that the future is renewable. Signing protocol in the heart of Kyoto. When the nation heats up, no, I won't chuck a ScoMo. Oh! Kev Says.
Sorry, just going to line you up again here.
Yeah, live stream it. That would be good. Yeah.
Hold on, there's Rupert.
Kev Says.
Rupert's the main game.
Kev Says.
Yeah, dropping truth bombs.
Kev Says.
The Murdoch Party, the Liberal Party.
Kev Says.
Murdoch, he owns them for power.
Trusted lead a nation through a time of crisis. Who you gonna call? Leadership is priceless. Fighting for the cause, yeah, not popularity. Call me Caesar. visa, politics and tragedy. When the doubters feared economic baggage, OECD sucked my stimulus package. Haters shouted
Yeah, you guys pretty much choreographed that fight scene blind because you guys said you couldn't see out of your masks at all. That's so good. You actually took the haymaker. That was a real shot. 4AS actually went down for that one.
out, yeah, it was my swan song. Time will tell that I never put a foot wrong. When the courier fails, I'ma start a petition. Release the hound. It's a royal commission. Oh! You can't say. Oh!
It's a tactical hit
You can't say. Oh!
by the Murdoch boys.
You can't say.
Rank bias.
You can't say.
100% lie pretending to be news.
You can't say. Oh!
Stand up,
You can't say.
which is whack. Welcome to Australian politics. Which I won hands down, baby.
So many hotties in this video. So many hotties in this video.
Yeah, dropping truth bombs. I mean, this is business, mate. If you don't laugh, you cry.
This is Western Sydney's finest right there. Precise Picks. That's right. Quarter Pipe Records. Wow. That's so good. So good. It's beautiful. So that's fucking 4 years ago. Almost 5 years now. Now 4AS. We'll get back to the rap one day. And yeah, 4AS copped it on the chin, literally, in the filming of that. Surprised this wasn't on Sky News, lefties losing it. Hey, Rita would have loved that shit. That was great. So that was an old Prime Minister of ours who got stabbed in the back. And so we made a song about him. So good.
In peacetime history. And this wasn't refugees or humanitarian cases. This was deliberate policy.
It has law.
Huge chunk of this immigration wasn't even permanent residents. It was students. By 2025, Australia was hosting over 720,000 international students, more than double the pre-COVID numbers. Now, on paper, this sounds great. International education was worth $50.5 billion to the Australian economy in 2023 to 2024. Students pay full fees, contribute to the economy, and many go on to become skilled permanent residents. Win, win, win. Except that's not what was happening. What Australia had accidentally created was the world's largest visa factory. Ghost colleges popped up everywhere, offering courses designed not to educate, but to extend visa status. Some vocational courses were 80...
So, let me just get this straight. We've got, effectively, institutions that are profiting off migrants coming into the country to study. So they've made a profitable machine which is selling education to international students to the tune of $50 billion. And then they're even setting up systems so they can outstay their visa requirements or extend their visas in order to feed that very, very profitable machine. Oh my God, this is such a revelation. Who would have thought that they would exploit this type of system for money? Hey, it's always the Asians and the Indians they put front and center. Yeah, did you see like these, hey, the Asian stuff, whatever. The Australians, I think, are a little bit sensitized to that to a certain degree, desensitized. But the Indians that they had on before, like when I was at the first March for Australia, they were pretty explicit in the speeches that they were like, no, we got too many Indians here. They really singled out Indian migrants. That's why it was interesting in the second one. My very first interview was with that Indian migrant. And I was like, why are you here? Did you go to the first one? Are you aware of what was happening in the first one? And he's like, oh, yeah, I just missed it. I was like, okay, fair enough. But there was none of that in the second one, none of that banter.
International students who openly admitted they'd chosen their courses based on visa requirements, not learning outcomes. The course hopping phenomenon exploded. Students would start at a legitimate university, then switch to a cheaper vocational course to extend their stay, then switch again and again. One student could cycle through multiple institutions and qualifications, all while working in Australia and competing for housing with locals. Concurrent enrollments Students switching courses to game the system increased 70% in just 2 years. By 2023, there were 17,000 course hopping cases in just 6 months, compared to 10,500 total in the 4 years before COVID. This education was more like immigration with extra steps, and the worst part is that everyone knew. Immigration agents were openly advertising courses as visa pathways. Education providers were marketing themselves as the easiest way to stay in Australia. Students were sharing guides on social media about which courses to choose for maximum visa extension opportunities. The whole system had become corrupted, and it was happening at unprecedented scale. And while Australia was busy breaking immigration records, something else was happening. Their infrastructure was falling apart. Australia had spent decades building a country for 24 million people. Hospitals, schools, roads, housing. Everything was designed around that assumption. But suddenly, they had 27...
You should see the posts from 9 or 7 News. Whenever they feature a story with an Indian person, the comments are vile. Yeah, I could imagine. I could definitely imagine.
7.5 million people and counting, with no plan for where they'd live or how they'd be served. The housing crisis hit first.
So are they arguing here that this kind of this course hopping stuff leads to people then getting a visa because of the time they spent in Australia, or they're just saying they stay here because they just keep hopping around on courses, which feeds a machine which people profit off? Again, like, how can you not see past the fact that he's described it as corrupt? All right, it might be corrupting the visa system, but like, for what purpose? People are making money. They're paying to stay here. Are they paying the government directly? Are they paying the Australian people? Like, who knows? Like, who's benefiting off that? Like, the landlord class? Let's be honest, there's a lot of people that own property and are then able to ensure that their properties are getting them a return on their investment, I would say. Surprise, it's ScoMo's failure and the Libs. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if they would take any credit for that, though. They aren't taking permanent visa. Just the people that can come, even if it's a limited time. Interesting. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, whoops. Where were we? So they aren't talking about permanent visas. They're just people that can come, even if it's a limited time. So people are hopping around, extending their life in Australia, but they're not using that as a vehicle to get permanent residency. I also want to remind people that the Cronulla riots happened. Let's not forget that display of Australian pride. They, around that time, interviewed people in India about what they knew about Australia. Consensus was, we are racist and dangerous. Yeah, we've looked at that as well, actually. We've looked at that on this stream before. Very recently, we watched a woman talking about anti-Indian sentiment across the Western world, and she specifically called out Australia for being racist, I think. All our rich mates seem to think it's a good idea. Yes, I wonder who's really profiting from this.
First and hardest, Australia had historically
Follow
built
the
around
money.
one new home for every new migrant, a sustainable ratio that kept housing affordable. But in 2024, they were building one home for every 2.1 migrants. At the peak crisis in September 2023, it was one home for every 3.2 migrants. The result was predictable and devastating. Sydney house prices hit $1.3 million. Melbourne wasn't far behind. Rental vacancy rates collapsed to
Like, they realize that they're using like video footage from obviously not Australian places, right? Like, there's not many, I don't think there's any suburbs in Australia that have housing that looks like this. This is distinctly US style housing.
historic lows. Young Australians found themselves priced out of entire cities, not because of economic downturns or policy failures, but because their government had imported more people than the country could house.
Okay, this is so fucking wrong that, like, I don't know how else to say this. Circa 2005, Cronulla, Australia. Wogs out of Nulla. Yeah, bro. Practically none of that roll is Australian. None of that B-roll is Australian. Yeah, thank you. Like, what the hell? That all looked like a lot of it was like half desert as well. It looked like places in, I don't know, the American Southwest, maybe? Interesting. All right, look, just on this one, just if I haven't talked about this before, you haven't caught me talking about this before, Australia housing crisis doesn't really work just because we haven't turned off the tap on immigration. Now, don't get me wrong, more people struggling to get access to the housing market does make a difference. Of course, it affects demand for housing, but our housing is catered for specifically on the market and only on the market. And so it is a multitude of factors that affect the cost of housing, and the fact that people constrain supply by owning lots and lots of stuff, and Australians are incentivized to invest in property like it's their only asset, it's their only nest egg that they're going to be able to survive off, and it's the only solid investment that's out there, has formulated a system in a market setting, of course, again, we can't forget that has churned out the housing crisis that we see around us. Now, the idea, the simple maths of what he's talking about there, and like, oh, you know, we're building one house for every 3 migrants. Like, what? When a migrant comes to Australia, like a student comes to Australia to study, they need an entire house to themselves. Like, what, they just live in an entire house by themselves. Like, what is this guy smoking when he comes up with like mathematics like that they all need an entire house per migrant, per student? Have you met students? Like, they will live, like, you know, multiple people on the floor in a room if they have to. It doesn't nicely equate to what this person is making it out to be. I must admit, it's misleading. So, like, I would prefer these type of arguments to be made in good faith, to actually make a proper point about the pressures of immigration on infrastructure, because there is a reality of being that Australia, like many countries around the developed world, do underfund their infrastructure provision to pay for debts that we believe we have and we need to get managed so we can get more loans out from, you know, the world financial community to pay for stuff that we need to pay for anyway, and then end up justifying more austerity measures, which leads to more impoverished infrastructure. But like, that's a death spiral to talk about for another time. But like, there is pressure on infrastructure, but I wish people like this would, like, because you could make the case arguing in good faith, but that was some lazy ass mathematics there. Oh, there's 3 people and there's only one house being built for 3 people, like 3 persons. That's it. You know, look at the maths doesn't work. Obviously, all of these students are going to live in a house each and demand that. Oi, smokers can do better maths than this guy? I swear. They'll need to do better maths in Australia. It's fucking expensive to be a smoker. We all know what Australian neighborhoods look like. Yes. So good. Aussie culture is cricket in the backyard. Need more quarter-acre blocks. Bro, the slumlords are putting bunk beds in living rooms to maximize rental income. Yeah, and that's the reality. It's like how much people they can squeeze into pretty squalid condition. Not squalid, but squeeze into pretty tight conditions for the students that come here and shop around to stay a little bit longer. It's not everyone demanding their own fucking quarter-acre block. It's pretty lazy stuff.
But housing was just the beginning. Hospital waiting lists exploded. The median wait time for planned surgery increased from 36 days to 49 days nationally, with some states hitting 69 days. Emergency departments were overwhelmed. GP appointments became harder to get. Mental health services were stretched beyond breaking point. Schools weren't spared either. Enrollment increased by 45,000 students in a single year, while new school construction lagged far behind. Class sizes increased. Resources were stretched. Parents found themselves competing for places in their local schools. Even something as basic as traffic got worse. Infrastructure Australia warned that congestion costs, already $19 billion annually, would double to $40 billion by 2031, largely due to population growth outstripping transport investment. The cruel irony is that while Australia was breaking immigration records, their infrastructure investment was actually declining in real terms. The 2024 to 2025 federal infrastructure budget was cut by 3%, representing an $11.7 billion decrease in real terms. Australia was trying to house more people.
Like, how is that? Like, obviously, if what he's trying to point to here is that they knew they had to spend this much money on infrastructure and they didn't, how is that a problem that is of migration? That's a problem of infrastructure planning, right? And defunding or not funding appropriately infrastructure planning. Unless I missed that point there. Jesus, the amount of correlations in this is ridiculous. I think this is what makes propaganda, right? Like when you want to deliver a particular message and then you try to find things that suit your argument, and like it doesn't matter how fucking strong the correlation is or how weak the examples are that you're using, you're just trying to, smash in there as much as you can, right? Sell half-truths, yeah. When my parents migrated to Australia, they shared a house with 2 other couples. They each lived there till they could afford to get a loan and buy their own homes. Yeah, interesting. The new trend is rumour houses. Is that a joke or are you like being serious? I wonder what you're talking about. Gee, I thought the US burbs were ugly. Look, to be honest, this is not Australian. Like, this looks a little bit closer to some of the Australian project homes, but like we don't have that type of landscaping, to be honest. I don't think this is Australian either. I think they're just using stock footage.
People with less housing, educate more children with fewer new schools, and treat more patients with relatively fewer hospital beds. By 2024, ordinary Australians were starting to connect the dots. Why were rentals impossible to find? Immigration. Why were hospital waits getting longer? Immigration. Why was traffic getting worse despite massive road projects? Immigration. Why were their kids struggling to get into local schools? Immigration. The Scanlon Foundation, which had been tracking Australian attitudes towards immigration for decades, recorded the shift in real time. Opposition to current immigration levels jumped from 33% in 2023 to 49% in 2024, and that was before the worst effects had even been felt. But this wasn't racism or xenophobia. The same surveys showed that 85% of Australians still believed multiculturalism had been good for the country. They weren't rejecting immigrants or immigration itself, they were rejecting mass immigration at unsustainable levels. The demographic breakdown was telling. Young Australians, the ones bearing the brunt of the housing unaffordability, were the most opposed to current levels. Only 33% of 18 to 29-year-olds thought immigration was too high, but among those who did, their opposition was intense and growing. Regional Australians, despite receiving almost no immigration themselves, were also turning against the policy. They watched as their children moved to cities for work, only to find themselves priced out by an immigration system that seemed designed to benefit everyone except existing Australians. And then came the protests. August.
The story arc is clear, at least. They've got that down pat. And then they started moving into the cities after their rural existences and realizing they couldn't recognize the place anymore. My God, who would have thought? Traffic is a problem because Southwest Sydney hasn't had a train line for 12 months, but no immigration because Bankstown line. It's interesting. This is good propaganda. I think it is. I think it is. It's clever at what it's doing, and it's not arguing in good faith, unfortunately. Now, what did they say? Okay, so he said something before about 33% of 18 to 29-year-olds thought immigration was too high, and of that 33%, they were really pissed off. It's an interesting way to frame that form of argumentation.
31st, 2025. Across every major Australian city, something unprecedented happened. Over 54,000 people gathered for coordinated March for Australia protests, the largest anti-immigration demonstrations in the country's modern history. Sydney saw 15,000 protesters. Perth had 10,000. Adelaide matched Sydney with 15,000. Even smaller cities like Hobart and Darwin had
Why would he show that footage? I guess this person doesn't know.
matched
He's
Sydney
just
with
he's just
15,000.
showing
Even smaller
neo-Nazis
cities
in
like
that frame. Why would you go there, bro? Seriously. Like, he's just spent a bit of time being like, look, they're not racist, these Australians. They just don't like mass immigration. Most of that B-roll is American. Then, like, bang, straight on to the neo-Nazis. Jamming 20 migrant people into one home city, there's going to be stress. Government does it purposely. They created the housing crisis while they live in gated uppity class communes. So good. Gated communities it's a terrible concept. Most new apartment condos that are built in the Bay Area are built as roomers. They all have 2 or 3 bedroom sides with living space in the middle. I have not come across this concept. I can't believe that construction has changed that much in a year of me being out of the industry. I don't believe it. I've got to see this. Rumors. No, that's just room ideas. What are rumors? Let's do that. Individuals who pay rent to live, do you believe this AI interpretation, should pay rent to live in a house or apartment with its owner, often sharing common spaces? They are similar to tenants or lodgers. A lodger. Is that what we're talking about here? About as roomers, they all have 2 or 3 bedroom sides with living space in the middle. Is that what we're talking about? We're all on the same page with this one. Rumors. Let's get back to the neo-Nazis, shall we?
Hobart and Darwin had significant turnouts. The protesters weren't the usual suspects. These were nurses and teachers, frustrated by overwhelmed services, construction workers who couldn't afford to live in the cities they were helping build, young families pushed out of their neighborhood by rental competition, university students competing with international students for housing.
Did this sack Elbow? Is it a joke that they've called him Elbow? Because that's fucking hilarious. If they're calling Albo Elbow, that's funny. Or do you think that this person just can't spell or doesn't realize that Albo's name starts with an A? Sack Elbow. I hope it's Elbow, because that's hilarious. I think we should all call him Chairman Elbow from now on. So good. Fucking Elbow these days. You're damn right. Fucking Elbow is the worst, bro. God, I hate Elbow.
And part-time jobs. Their message was simple. Australia's immigration levels were unsustainable, and someone needed to start listening. Counter-protesters organised as well, but their numbers were smaller and their message more diffuse. While anti-immigration protesters had a clear, specific demand, reduce immigration to sustainable levels, pro-immigration voices struggled to address the
it's more like 4 to 6 mini houses in one, depending on the lot. Right. It's like a share house kind of thing. We used to call them illegal boarding houses. I remember going and inspecting one once. And like that was not even in the heart of the city. That was in the outer reaches in the suburbs. And there was like, it was a normal kind of suburban house from, I guess it's like probably the 80s, maybe the late 70s. And there was it was built to have like 3 rooms. But when you went in there and the garage had been converted, there must have been about 10 rooms. I don't know how they found the extra space for that. I think they converted the old balcony into an extra room or 2. And there was like, yeah, it was like 10, 15 young people living in that place. They were probably all paying like, a couple $100 of rent a week at least. Massive cash cow. Rumors. Interesting.
Infrastructure and housing crisis that was driving public concern. The political establishment initially tried to ignore the protests, dismissing them as fringe elements or temporary.
There were counter-protesters that I've included in my numbers of the March for Australia protest, but I'm going to mention them shortly to act like I'm unbiased. But he was also just saying that they were just incredibly small in comparison. But I wonder if they counted towards the numbers. Yeah.
Discontent. But the numbers were too large, the geographic spread too wide, and the demographic diversity too obvious to brush aside. For the first time in decades, immigration had become a mainstream political issue the politicians could no longer avoid. To his credit, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese read the room quickly. Rather than defending the unsustainable status quo, Labour pivoted to position itself as responsive to public concerns while avoiding the harsh rhetoric traditionally associated with immigration restriction. The December 2023 migration strategy represented the most comprehensive immigration reform since the points system was introduced in 1989. Student visa fees more than doubled from $710 to $1,600, then increased again to $2,000. English requirements jumped from IELTS 5.5 to 6.0. Financial requirements increased to $29,710. The visitor to student visa pathway was closed entirely. This crackdown showed immediate results. Indian student visa applications collapsed by 70%. Philippines applications dropped 85%. Nepal and Vietnam experienced similar declines. University sector leaders warned
the rumor ones have a kitchen for each tenant and a toilet, etc. Okay, interesting. So they're all self-contained little rooms. Very interesting. I wonder if these are legal, because you can do this legally. They are called boarding houses, and you can have boarding houses with common areas, or you can have self-sustained boarding houses. At least that's the way in New South Wales anyway. So this guy thinks the protesters impacted current government policy. Apparently he said it was in 2023 that they changed the policies, but like the protests only happened like a few months ago, and he's saying they're having immediate impacts, but people are still protesting.
The revenue losses exceeding $310 million, but public support for the restrictions was overwhelming. Labour also introduced what critics called harsh new anti-migration laws, legislation that would have been controversial under any other government, but passed with broad public support. The laws authorised 1 to 5 year prison sentences for people who resisted deportation.
Can you see that thing that's blanked out in the background there? This article is more than a year old. I wonder what they're citing there. Hundreds of unlawful non-citizens face jail if they refuse to cooperate in Australian deportation. Deportation from Australia. Hundreds. What is it? Unlawful citizens face jail. Here it is. Here's the article. And like, let's just be like, remember what the conversation is or the argument is being framed here. This is more than a year old, this article. And the way that they're framing this, like, where do they actually date this thing? Why do they have the actual date on it? That sucks. Hundreds of immigration detainees and unlawful non-citizens are being threatened with minimum of 1 year prison if they refuse to cooperate with efforts to deport them. Under an urgent labour bill introduced on Tuesday. This happened way before, a year ago. Oh, there it is, 26th of March, 2024. That was a year and 3 months or more. No, a year and 3 months before the first March for Australia protests. The timeline's a bit off with this one, I must admit. This is bad faith, you're right. They are framing it like it's an immediate Chairman Elbow response. But like Chairman Elbow, it would look like he was doing this stuff way before the March for Australia. I wonder, you know, what people from the March for Australia would think about this type of stuff, because they were pretty upset with Chairman Elbow before. My favorite term I heard someone use was cytogenesis, when you deliberately make up or misuse sources. Yeah, they are misusing this source hardcore. They're making the case that thanks to all those people that protested, like, you know, 2-3 months ago, all this policy has come in and people are really excited about it. But like, apparently they're not excited about it because they didn't even fucking know it was happening a year ago.
Laws authorized 1 to 5 year prison sentences for people who resisted deportation, enabled payments to third countries to accept deportees, and expanded ministerial powers to strip refugee status. Most controversially, the laws granted broad search and seizure powers in immigration detention centers and allowed visa bans on entire countries that refused to accept involuntary returns. Human rights groups condemned the legislation as a return to the Pacific Solution era, but polling showed majority support. But here's the thing about immigration. The economics are more complicated than either side wants to admit. On one hand, the pro-immigration lobby was right about the fiscal benefits. Treasury modelling showed that skilled permanent migrants contribute $198,000 more in taxes over their lifetime than they consume in services. That's real money that helps fund schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. The problem was scale and timing. While individual migrants were net contributors, the sheer volume meant that infrastructure investment couldn't keep pace. You might gain $198,000 per migrant over their lifetime, but you needed to spend hundreds of thousands up front on housing, schools, and hospitals to accommodate them. Australia was essentially running a Ponzi scheme, using immigration to boost short-term economic growth while deferring the infrastructure costs to future governments. The chickens were finally coming home to roost. Real capital stock per person, basically the amount of productive infrastructure per Australian, had flatlined. Business investment per capita was stagnating. Productivity growth had fallen to 0.5% annually, half the pre-pandemic average. Australia's economic growth was increasingly hollow, driven by government spending and population increases rather than genuine productivity improvements or business investment. And of course, we can't ignore the issue of social cohesion. Australia had always prided itself on being different from other immigration destinations. While Europe struggled with integration and America battled over border security, Australia had seemingly found the secret sauce for successful multiculturalism. But even that was starting to break down. The Scanlon Foundation's Social Cohesion Index fell to 78 in 2024, down from the 2007 baseline of 100. Cost of living pressures, housing stress, and political cohesion index. That was starting to break down.
What is this?
The Scanlon Foundation's
Scanlon Foundation Cohesion Index. Scanlon? Is that what he said? Scanlon Foundation. What is the Scanlon Foundation Social Cohesion Index? Let's have a look. Scanlon. Australian Cohesion Index 2023, a report from the Scanlon Foundation. Scanlon Foundation Research Institute conducts annual or very regular national surveys in Australia under the program called Mapping Social Cohesion. Interesting. Quick diversion, I swear. I just want to do some fact checking here. Mapping Social Cohesion 2025 presents findings for the latest Scanlon mapping, Scanlon, about our mission. It's a research institute, undertakes research to help Australia advance as a welcoming, prosperous, and cohesive nation. Okay, fine. Part of this work is the Scanlon Index of Social Cohesion, a composite indicator that summarizes respondents' attitudes and perceptions across a set of core domains: belonging, sense of belonging in Australia; worth, emotional and material well-being; social inclusion and justice; perceptions of fairness; trust in government institutions; participation, involvement in civic political life; volunteering, political activity; engagement in community; acceptance and rejection; attitudes to immigrants and diversity. Interesting. Original baseline was in 2007, and the subsequent surveys compare back to that baseline. So when he says a baseline was 100, for example, the index score are indexed to the 2007 baseline. So the score of 78 means 78% of the 2007 baseline, but that's not that's not 100 out of 100 in terms of social cohesion. That just means compared to 2007. I wonder if that's how they framed it here.
Culturalism, but even that was starting to break down.
And who funds them? Yeah, we'll ask that. It sounds like a think tank. Right?
The Scanlon Foundation's Social Cohesion Index fell to 78 in 2024, down from the 2007 baseline of 100. Cost of living.
So that was just comparatively to what it was at 100 in 2007. But it's not that it was at 100% cohesion in 2007. All right, fair enough. Interesting. All right, ready to get our research assistant to do some critical analysis. Who funds the, what's it called? Scanlon Foundation. This is fishy as fuck. You reckon? Sounds very subjective. A lot of this stuff is really hard to stick your finger at, right? To poke your finger at, sorry. Peter Scallon's background is a businessman and investor. He founded Taverns Group and held other interests. He is the patron of the foundation. Data from Australian charities. The trustees of the Scanlon Foundation receive Australian 10 million in donations. Wow, in 2016. Its source is private philanthropy. The Scanlon family, Peter Scanlon. I wonder if we can, he's famous enough to be in Wikipedia. Peter Scanlon, AO. How the Rich Invests. The article is for subscribers only. Fuck you. I am not a robot. Boo. I am not a robot. Sounds like a lib? What do you reckon? Ask if he's a donor to a political party. Peter Scanlon, sorry. Whoa, it's struggling. Interesting. Philanthropist Peter Scanlon praises courageous immigrants in migration awards speech. Was taught the value of migration at an early age while working at his parents' news agency in northern Melbourne. In the 1950s, my role was to appear at 7 o'clock each morning and serve the newspapers to many migrants who had moved into the area. There were mainly Greeks and Italians. Eh? I would watch them grapple with language, try to work out what 2 shillings was, mix up, please, thank you, and occasionally I would chuckle at them. A former top executive of John Elliott's Elders ILX in the 1980s, a successful property developer and investor, Mr. Scanlon started the Scanlon Foundation in 2001. So he's a property developer. Interesting. Whoa, it's not working. Interesting. Property developer, that's his background. He's former chair of the Migration Council of Australia. Was recognised with a lifetime achievement, and Migration Council of Australia was the lobby group that we were looking at before. That was one of the groups that was lobbying the Australian government for increased migration or maintaining high levels of migration. You got to get in Labor somehow. Got to get in that Labor, baby.
Pressures, housing stress, and political polarization all played a role, but the rapid demographic change was clearly a contributing factor. As a clear result, now they have 35% of overseas-born residents from non-English speaking backgrounds reporting discrimination, up from just 9% in 2007. And negative attitudes towards religious minorities are growing, with 34% holding negative views of Muslims, up from 27% in 2023. The cruel paradox was that Australia's integration model was still working brilliantly for individuals. Second-generation immigrants were outperforming Australian-born children in schools. Long-term migrants had higher employment rates and were more likely to hold professional jobs. Language integration was proceeding successfully, with over 95% of established migrant groups reporting English proficiency. But integration takes time, resources, and social bandwidth. When you increase immigration too quickly, even the world's best integration system gets overwhelmed. One of the most politically damaging aspects of Australia's immigration surge was how geographically concentrated it was. Despite extensive government programs to encourage regional settlement, 97% of immigrants ended up in major cities, particularly Sydney and Melbourne. This created a bizarre political dynamic. The regions that received almost no immigration were increasingly opposed to it, while the cities bearing the infrastructure burden.
I'm getting great replacement theory vibes here. I don't like the framing. We'll see. We'll see.
Were split between those benefiting from immigration, employers, property owners, service providers, and those bearing the costs, renters, young families, public service users. Regional Australians watched as their children moved to cities for opportunities, only to find themselves priced out by an immigration system that seemed designed for urban elites. Meanwhile, urban Australians found their neighbourhoods transformed almost overnight as new arrivals competed for the same housing, schools, and services. The geographic concentration also meant that immigration's benefits were narrowly distributed, while its costs were widely felt. International students might contribute $50 billion to the economy, but most of that money flowed to university administrations, landlords, and businesses in inner city areas.
No, I don't know if there's any. I don't know how to say that name. Is it Bico? We've got some Isaac Butterfield in here. Got some Sky News. Got some The Other Side. I've seen them before. The Other Side. Second Way. Bico. Okay. We got Philosophy Mind. That's what we got coming up. This one's almost done, thank God. But I do want to see
the broader
like how they conclude this. What is their conclusion?
Community saw overcrowded trains.
Bike Constantinos? No, I don't think he's got any of that in there.
Larger hospital waits and higher rents. That brings us to the current state of affairs. The 2025 federal election delivered a stunning verdict on Australia's immigration experiment. Labour's landslide victory, 94 seats and 62.7% of Parliament, was built on a platform of immigration reform and infrastructure investment. For the first time in 5 elections, Labour was perceived as more aligned with voter preferences on immigration than the coalition. This represented a complete reversal of traditional political dynamics.
Well, like before he was saying that people are upset and that's why they're protesting, and now they got in based on the fact that they were increasing their infrastructure spending and clamping down on migration. It's a little bit all over the place. Like the timeline is just wrong. He keeps jumping to something that just happened and then pedaling back to policy decisions that were made like a year before. And now he's explaining that's why they got into power, but then people started protesting. It's just all over the place. Like, I guess if you aren't from Australia, then maybe you wouldn't know. Maybe this is for an international audience, this video. Oh, look at this. Everyone's favorite. For unbiased news, check out Ground News. So good. Everyone's favorite. Very interesting.
Seen as pro.
If you replace the word immigrants with mutants, it sounds like a storyline straight out of X-Men.
Immigration, and the coalition as restrictionist. The coalition lost an additional 15 seats, with opposition leader Peter Dutton defeated in his own electorate of Dickson. Voters had clearly decided that rhetorical opposition to immigration wasn't enough. They wanted a government that would actually do something about unsustainable levels. Labour's success came from threading the needle perfectly. They acknowledged that immigration levels had become unsustainable, while avoiding the harsh rhetoric that had made the coalition's position unpalatable to many voters. They promised reduced immigration without abandoning Australia's humanitarian commitments or multicultural values. The election results provided a clear mandate for sustainable immigration policies that balanced economic benefits with social cohesion and infrastructure capacity.
Susan
But what is
SS.
even more decisive is that Australia's experiment in mass immigration is over. And what comes next will determine...
Is it? Is it over? Like, most of the people that I was speaking to at March for Australia, they didn't really know what the mass immigration was exactly, but they knew it wasn't over, and they were pissed off about it. So they were very much under the impression that mass immigration was still a problem. He's making it out like this election was a one policy issue, which it wasn't. And like, I'm more concerned with the timeline though. Like, if it's going to be propaganda, then like, fair enough. But like, it's all over the place. I bet her numerologist has a number with immigration numbers. Man, that was, it's just propaganda then. It's not even like really journalism in the sense that they're not reporting on like an accurate timeline or anything. It's just, that's just propaganda. If you're watching this on TikTok, by the way, and you're wondering what the hell's going on, we're watching videos on, we're streaming videos, and you can watch that on Twitch or YouTube. I've got a link to the YouTube in the bio, so you can go over and actually follow what we're looking at. Let's see what the comments are on this one to see what type of audience this is geared towards. What's the algorithm serving here? We were never asked because they always knew what our answer would be. Could be the mantra of the entire Western world. No one seemed to notice before it was too late. That's not true at all. There were just coordinated efforts to shut down the opinions of those at the time. Australians themselves do not want more immigration. Only their government and big business do. Well, not wrong about the business sector, apparently. Government at war against its own people. Australians have never wanted hyper immigration. It was forced on us. We're watching the destruction of our country. It was badly managed. To be more accurate, the people have had enough, but the politicians seem to want to keep cramming them in as fast as they can, even though there is nowhere for them to go. Universities seem being concerned only about revenue. Yeah, fair enough. $50 billion into the economy there. Eh? Whoever is watching this video is probably doing it while they wait for their Uber driver to deliver their succulent Chinese dinner. Eh? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that one. Some delicious ironies in that one. Some very delicious ironies in that one. All right, let's go to Isaac Butterfield. I've heard about this guy, but I've never ever watched any Isaac Butterfield. And this one is
one of Australia's
Melbourne has fallen, ladies and gentlemen. Dun dun dun. Isaac 2.2 million subscribers. This is 8 days old. 200k views. He's a culture warrior. Yeah. And he obviously appeals to a very particular demographic, I'm guessing. All right, let's have a look. He rails against vegans and bike riders. Yeah. They're the worst.
Famous places, Melbourne is one of Australia's most famous places, Melbourne is an absolute hellscape. It's a shithole, ladies and gentlemen, and there's no getting around that. In just the last year, Victoria, of which Melbourne is the capital, recorded 483,000 criminal incidents, an increase of 18.3% on the previous year. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about, all right? Everyone sees Melbourne as this beautiful, progressive landscape where everyone protests every weekend and everyone's eating vegan fucking muffins in the afternoon. Melbourne is a shithole. All right, there's some beautiful people there, awesome places, great food. The coffee's fine, all right? Everyone talks about how good the coffee is. It's fucking just coffee. But here's what people won't tell you. There are so many people in Melbourne who are terrified, both in politics and in the private sector and in everyday life. They are terrified of upsetting the people around them, offending the people around them, that they won't make any changes. People are getting attacked on the streets. Last week, a lady got randomly stabbed by some fucking crazy person just on the street, okay? I don't know if you saw this footage. The person just ran up behind them and then just shanked them. Like they're in the prison shower. That's what's happening in this city because the government's refusing to do anything. The police have no power. Everyone there's a fuckwit. It's fucked. Like, and I know I'm laughing, but I'm laughing.
It's like, do we have anyone that lives in Melbourne or comes from Melbourne here? Like, can someone verify if Melbourne is indeed a fucking shithole? Because, like, remember when I was at the March for Australia, there was a guy that I spoke to, the guy with the amazing mutton chops and facial hair. And like, he was just like, people are getting stabbed in Melbourne. You can't go there. I would never go there. You can't walk around the streets of Melbourne. It's too unsafe. I can't believe it. It's a dystopian nightmare kind of thing. And I'm just like, oh shit, really? Have you been to Melbourne recently and walked around? He goes, no, definitely not. I wouldn't go there. Like, kind of thing. So is this real? Like, yeah, like people are getting stabbed and all that sort of stuff. And like there are, hoodlums running around. Like for the first time in human history, we've got like crazy young people doing things that are deemed socially unacceptable. Fucking never happened in human history before. But like, is it the dystopia that everyone's claiming it to be? I haven't been to Melbourne. I don't live there, but Melbourne is great as a tourist. Did you feel unsafe last time you were there as a tourist? Apparently businesses, residents, everyone is cowering in fear. Yeah. He makes so much money from this form of content. It's such a shame. I make a living from punching down. I had to stop listening. He used to be cool, man. Nope. It was great. Yeah. Isn't he like a comedian or something like that? Isaac is a culture warrior. Fair enough.
Laughing because of how fucked up it is. And on top of that, teachers in Victoria can now decide if your child's trans or not. But anyway, that's...
there we go. I knew it. Trans Tifa, they're coming to get you, bro. Although he hosted Lefties Lose It, it would be so much better quality. Yeah, look. Rita's got it down pat, all right? I love how much Isaac is talking shit on Melbourne from the beautiful paradise of Newcastle. Irony. So good. Seems to be the consensus. Depending where you live, of course. Okay, so it's not the entirety of Melbourne is completely fucked. It's particular suburbs, like in every city around the world. There are particular areas that are a problem. Yeah, trans Tifa for the boys and the girls. And everyone in between, trans Tifa. Hey? He put it in the flag. Let's get back to the flag.
And I know I'm laughing, but I'm laughing because of how fucked up it is. And on top of that, teachers in Victoria can now decide if your child's trans or not. But anyway, that's beside the point. One of the huge issues in Melbourne right now is the crime. There is so many violent offenders there. Well, maybe not so many. In fact, only 1% of the population there is responsible for 40% of the crimes, but I'll get to that in just a second. Can you guess who that 1% is? I bet you can't. But Victoria has noted, the police down there have noted that 330 hardened, this is a quote, hardened youth offenders, end quote, were arrested multiple times for serious offences, including assaults, robbery, and carrying knives. Hardened youth offenders. And this will become a theme throughout the video. Why the fuck are these people on the streets? Also, here's a question. I'm thinking about bringing back merch. What would you like to see on some merch? Let me know in the comment section down below. Any idea is a good idea, okay? While I'm at it, Northern Beaches of Sydney and Port Macquarie, I've got shows coming up. Make sure you grab your tickets right now at isaacbutterfield.com. So this is the issue. People are carrying knives. Hardened youth criminals are being let out on bail. And shopping centres aren't safe anymore. Houses aren't safe anymore. People are in fear because their government will not do anything. The police will not do anything. The Victorian Premier, the governor, was addressing the media last week, telling everyone about how great her machete bins are doing. The bins, I remember this story, I brought you this story the other week about how much money they spent on these ridiculous bins where people could put like clothing donation, those big things, like we would call them a bin in Australia, other people might call them something else, but the Goodwill bins, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, people were asked to put their
so good. By the way, any idea is a good idea. Hey, maybe he should get a machete on his merchandise.
Machetes in there to stop knife crime. Anyway, the Victorian Premier, the governor, was talking about Jacinta Allen. Remember that name? Jacinda, who gives a shit? She was talking about how great those bins are doing, and then she went on to say how sad she was about another knife crime victim dying. So she hid that at the end of the speech. In fact, that lady who was stabbed on the street, they wouldn't release that footage for 2 weeks, even though they were looking for a violent offender on the streets. I wonder why. I think the craziest thing about all of this is a lot of the victims of these violent crimes are kids. Now, when we say that, a child has been affected by crime, we often don't see a photo because it's seen as a youth crime and the legal reasons, it's hidden, all that type of shit. I think that I understand why. But I think it's important to see who these people were or are, whatever you want to call it. For example, and these were all publicly available through newspapers. So I didn't go out of my way to find these photos. But some of the people who have actually been hacked, sliced, stabbed to death, Du Ilbino Akung, who was 15 years old, and a 12-year-old boy named Chol Achik were allegedly murdered. These little babies, man. Nearly 7,000 knives, illegal knives, have been seized in 2025. That's up 31% from a decade ago. About 1 in 4 homicides in Victoria are due to knife crime. We are facing a drastic issue. This is a big problem, and it only seems to be happening in Victoria. And we're about to find out why. The reason that this keeps happening, I think, comes down to this. Victoria Police say just 5,400 repeat offenders, that's less than 0.1% of the population, are responsible for 40% of all crime. Less than 1% responsible for half of all the crime there. Among them are over 1,100.
Howard did the same thing with the gun amnesty in the 90s, but let's not sully his prestigious name.
100 children who have been arrested more than 7,000 times combined. So yes, it seems like there is more and more crime in Victoria, but the fact of the matter remains the vast majority of the crime is being committed by the same fucking people, a lot of them kids. So why? Why is this happening? Number one, the reason that, well, all of the crime is happening is because you're letting people out. So I really had a solid think about why this happens. Now, there are some...
He's thought about it, ladies and gentlemen. My lord. Isaac, the problem is the kids. Those damn Gen Z kids. Funny. Sort of pale skin in those photos.
Uncomfortable truths to this, and there are some that make a lot of sense. Number one, jails are too crowded, all right? There is not enough room for a lot of these people, and it costs the taxpayer a lot of money to house someone in a jail. There's also the thinking that you don't want to just punish people, you want to rehabilitate people, particularly young people. But how many chances do you give a young person? If they're continuously committing crimes, then surely you just have to lock those people up. They are fucked up beyond repair, I think. There are a ton of different reasons that we could probably come up with, and obviously the justice system is right there, but there's one reason I think that is the most offensive, but if we refuse to look at it, then we're just being ridiculous. There is a study that looks at the correlation between local government areas and their crime and the amount of people that were not born in Australia, and there is quite a bit more crime there. Sorry. The facts of the matter are this. If you are born in Australia or you have Australian citizenship, you are far less likely to commit a crime in Australia. Okay, does that mean that you do this because you are brown? No. Does this mean you do this because you are black? No. But it does probably mean you are maybe a little bit more likely to perhaps commit a crime if you are brought up in an area or a part of the world where crime exists every fucking day. And then you come to Australia and there's no war and there's no famine and there's no disease and everything's cool. But you're not just going to change immediately, are you? Another offensive reason that perhaps this happens is fatherless homes. A lot of these particular...
This is a very standard kind of American conservative approach to this conversation about delinquents and violence and social problems. This is exactly the type of structured argumentation that someone like the Kirkster was using every time he went to a university campus to explain what was going on with America's black population over there, who, you know, let's be honest, have been in the US as long as the whites. You know, like they were brought there to work on the plantations. And so they've been around just as long, but they've made the same level of argumentation. They go straight for the idea of like social, let's just call it, family and social structure issues. But like the whole fatherless homes thing is a massive talking point for the Kirkster and the conservatives when it comes to cleaning up society. So... if you're going to go down the Aussie right wing, assume the people speaking hate the Liberal Party as much as you do. And like as we go deeper into the pipeline, I think, but like if you got to get a gateway into right wing politics in Australia, I think you would enter into the gateway from the centre right, and then go down the party, then go down the tube from there. I'm assuming it'd be like if you're going to enter the Australian left, then you would enter from the Labor Party and then go further from there, I'm assuming. But yes, as we go down this system, we're seeing that more and more. Or you had better access to services. I'm just asking questions. Based on that logic, gay male parents have a 0% child crime rate.
Particularly kids who don't have dads or don't have decent dads, they're the ones committing these crimes. They're the ones doing these shit things because they don't have positive male role models in their lives. And that goes for both girls and boys, and probably they, thems as well. We are talking about Melbourne, so there has to be a few they, thems chucked in there. Don't worry about that. Unfortunately, without a father in the picture, a lot of things go out the window, particularly for the relationship between a boy and his father or father figure. The mother is there for so many important reasons. Let's say half of the great reasons, right? And the father's there for the other half. If the ladies out there are upset by that, you can have 60%, whatever. My point is this. That there are so many things that a father teaches his son and his daughters that not having them in the picture is extremely detrimental in many ways. Now, there are some people who are watching this right now who don't have fathers or have never had a father figure. And to the men who are, watching who never had a father figure, read my book, Better Man, great book. And to the ladies, I hope OnlyFans is treating you well. My point is this.
Go and read my book and then stab. I hope OnlyFans is treating you well. Savage, bro.
There are so many important things that a father will teach you. He'll teach you how to deal with emotions. Well, a good father should anyway. Teach you how to deal with your emotions, how to deal with masculinity, and be a good masculine person, and be a good role model to your person. How to work hard, how to do all these type of things. At the crux of it, the male is responsible for teaching the children this, and the female is responsible for teaching them this. And that is the reason that having both parents there, given they're good parents, is so important. Unfortunately,
is it really just for that? Like in a capitalist society, is it we just have parents to teach children the moral compass? Like that's it. That's the only reason. I thought it was really because two persons are able to survive better in a capitalistic system where most of your time for at least one of the parents, if not both now, which is increasingly becoming more prevalent, is taken up in service of capital, let's say, or just trying to exchange their labor on the market so they can survive in the system. And having two people around to assist with the requirements of social production, raising children, it's better than one. It's like two minds are better than one. Like more people kind of banding together to try and survive in this style of system actually makes that whole situation a lot easier. I'm not arguing with the fact that a masculine presence and a feminine presence would not bring good contributions to the development of children, especially at important cycles or sections of their development. But like you can get that sort of stuff in broader community arrangements. Like there is like an adage, and a saying, I guess you would say, takes a village, to kind of raise a child. And there are many and multiple ways to get, as he has described, father figures and mother figures and people that impart good knowledge on people. And he's right, like emotional regulation is very important, being able to understand and appropriately respond to your emotions and the stimuli that produces within you. But like, is it just the dads do this and mums do this kind of thing, and that's why we need people with ovaries and people with testicles to do everything? I don't know if it's that cut and dry, and like I don't know if it's attributable just to the fact that we've always lived in systems, in units so small where we can only rely on having a mum and the dad being the center of the universe and telling everybody what they should be doing and how they should be raised and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if it's really that simple, because humans haven't, again, always kind of lived in this style of society where people do find their place in the system of social production. So being consumers, they find that on the market. Like, only a few hundred years ago, most people had many children compared to what they would be having now in this day and age, because they lived off the land and they used to use their children as labor. And so you had big social units and big families where kids were learning not just off their parents, but they were learning off older siblings, because, they might have been 10, 15 years away from their elder siblings. And like the family unit was a larger structure that was able to provide guidance to kids at important stages of their development, et cetera, et cetera. I understand what he's talking about, but this is a particularly nuanced and contextual based phenomenon that he's describing at the moment. And this is a point at which where we are at right now in developed countries with developed capitalistic countries right now. This is the phenomenon that he's describing right now. And so just to say, this has always been the case, kind of thing, we've always needed a mum and a dad there to kind of make the system work better, I think is a limited interpretation of the issues he's describing. Again, like, is this the first wave of adolescents that we've had that have been violently destructive? Like, is this really a new phenomenon? Teenage rage that he's describing here? Parents are caretakers. Kids develop more in their peer community and growing experiences. Yeah. Think back to your time as a young person, an adolescent, at least. Hey, you learn a lot from your peers. That's for sure. Hey, very influential.
Crime rates go up. There's also things like we're teaching them this, and that is the reason that having both parents there, given they're good parents, is so important. Unfortunately, in fatherless homes, crime rates go up. There's also things like generational trauma. If they grow up in a war zone, that might be a real one somewhere overseas, or it might be with one in the home, then they're probably going to, live their life like they are at war. So there's a lot of reasons that kids misbehave and adults misbehave. These kids that we're talking about, they go on to be these misbehaving adults. There's issues with rapid population growth. There's also youth gangs that are all white kids too. They're wearing bum bags and they're lads, and they're the most painful fucking people of all time. There's social media that's probably dragging kids into these cult-like groups. There's inequality, obviously. There may even be some racism in some areas, but I think that the biggest issue is we're not dealing with the problem children when they become problem children. And that probably stems from their fathers. But, let's say we get a kid into the justice system. Like, what do? Do we lock them up? I understand why people want them locked up, particularly if they're fucking violent, but that probably just makes them worse. But if you put them straight back out on the street and you don't make any changes, then they just carry on being fuckwits. So I don't have the answer. Maybe you do. I'd be very interested to know. Let me know in the comment section down below. Don't know why I said that in a rhyme. I've been reading Dr. Seuss to Atticus, and it's fucking with me head. Victoria really is descending into absolute shit. Right now, the violent crimes are through the roof, okay? That's very, very bad. Obviously, the youth justice issues are absolutely disgraceful. The Premier's a fucking goose. 9 out of 10 of the jobs created underneath this government were government jobs, taxpayer-funded jobs, like with the NDIS, all in the public sector, all paid for by the taxpayer. Okay, there has been a drastic reduction in the amount of private sector jobs in Victoria. So yes, it looks good on paper, but in reality, it's just costing the state more. The government also voted down protecting yourself and your own home rights to provide people with the ability to actually stop intruders when they come into their house. You compound that with the painful individuals that live in inner city Melbourne, and you just have a recipe for absolute disaster, because these people who vote for these fucking dipshit politicians are the ones out there protesting every weekend for whatever cause makes them popular at that time and lives in their Instagram bio, and they go back to their fucking 1-bedroom apartments and jerk each other off. That's what they're doing. That's what runs your political system.
That's what runs our political system. People that protest and get popular on their own social media environments, then go home to their 1-bedroom apartments and jerk each other off. That's the real strength in the Australian voter bloc at the moment. Remember that. Remember that. So when you hear them in the mainstream media complaining about some, working family, middle-class existence that they're trying to appeal to in politics, that doesn't exist. It's just a bunch of people living in 1-bedroom apartments that jerk each other off after they go to protests on the weekend. It's fucking hilarious. How does he know about my jerking habits? I know. Fuck, he's been watching me. How does he know? After I go to my and stream the protests that I go to, I return to my 1-bedroom apartment with another protester, and we jerk each other off. Oh my god. Oh, this is Bigo Konstantinos. This is unbearable. Eh? Might have to have a look at that. After Isaac's finished his tirade, of course.
In Victoria, fuckwits employing fuckwits voting in fuckwits. It's a fucking nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Am I on the money or am I way off? I'd love to know your opinion. Well, not yours, but someone with an education. Be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East. Big stinks. Toodle off. Bye-bye.
I don't care if they are kids. Do the crime, do the time. If I was going to use my machete for malicious intent, but thanks to the bins, I turned it in and got help instead. Nobody. Savage. Imagine killing someone while trying to defend yourself and then send immediately to prison, while a crackhead stabbed a defenseless person in the street is still at large. The system is fucked. 16, 17, 18-year-old repeat offenders are not kids. They are young adult criminals, and in many cases, sociopaths. The world should learn from Poland, strip away the flowery bullshit and solve the fucking problems. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It matters what it does. Read how during the COVID shit, the cops had an incredible amount of power. Not so much now, eh? Good investigating there, actually. Protest and masturbation, the two big contributors to society's decline. That's why the American empire is falling down. There's people protesting and wanking. That's why. We need a better reference than the comedian who beefs with vegan booty. Okay, all right, fine. Like, we're just starting. Remember, you've come into Discord recently and started dropping stuff. So, like, I've offered it before. If you've got a better pipeline, you put something together, you run up the flagpole, I'll and salute it. Okay? I will salute it. This is a good introduction because not everyone comes in, you know, all hardcore. They start to get introduced with gateway drugs, and Butterfield, I'm sure, is a good gateway drug for this type of stuff, right? Must be a good gateway. Let's have a look at this guy. I'm going to deviate quickly from the set playlist. This is unbearable. Biko Konstantinos. Being a home buyer in Australia today is pretty much the worst thing. So, like, is this introduction to Australian right-wing thinking, do you reckon? Let's have a quick look.
Buying a home in Australia is pretty much the worst thing you could wish on anyone. Not only do you have to compete with cashed up boomers, investors and foreigners, house prices are so insane you basically have to work 3 jobs and sell your organs just to afford something livable within 30 kilometres of the city. The great Australian dream has turned into an absolute nightmare and Australia doesn't seem to want to wake up. I'm Biko Konstantinos and that's what we're going to talk about today. Why don't boxers have sex the night before a fight? Because they don't like each other? But you'll bloody like my content. It's 15% guaranteed. So please like this video and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I'm a Greek Adonis, but without the looks and without being half God. Today I'm going to be checking out this clip from a current affair titled Reality of Breaking into the Property Market.
Brooke O's got the money for a house deposit, but one thing she's running low on is patience. She's been filming her relentless...
You've done well. You've done well. So, like, if that's the type of stuff you're sharing, I'm more than happy to consider that for a pipeline. A welcome to the propaganda machine.
Search for a half-decent home in her price bracket. It is a frustrating journey, and it struck a chord with many.
Frustrating journey is not the half of it. It's a freaking nightmare out there if you're trying to buy a home.
Brooke O has spent months pounding Perth pavements in search of a suitable first home.
That's the entrance. I'll just draw your attention to that.
Now, prior to COVID, I would have classed Perth's housing market as probably one of the most affordable in Australia. The median house price would often be in the 400,000s or the 500,000s.
He's like the punter's politics of housing. One issue commentary.
And that was for a decent house on a decent block. But fast forward 5 years and the Perth housing market has turned into the Hunger Games, having pretty much the lowest rental vacancy rates in Australia, but also the median house price has risen to 917,000. almost $1 million. But shockingly, Perth isn't alone because a similar thing has happened in nearly every other major city. So in cities like Perth, Adelaide and Brisbane, house prices have close to doubled in just 5 years.
Jokes out of the gate to put you at ease, pay respect to some real issues, then turn your audience against foreigners as the problem. That's the Biko method. All right, Biko. Fair enough. I don't know if I can listen to this guy talk about housing for like fucking 10 minutes, but I get it. I get it. You've made your point. I understand. I understand. All right, let's go on to if Wings of Cheese is still here. If Larp Jeff is here, I'm not sure if I saw that before. He would appreciate this. We're going to go down and have a look at some Sky News for some relief. It's been a draining last couple of hours. I need some relief, and Rita will give it to me. Woke politicians embarrassing content. This guy makes sense. Aussie miner goes viral over hilarious renewable roast. That's another pipeline, I guess, into the right in Australia. It's like kind of hating on renewables and all that lefty nonsense, I guess, right? And net zero seems to be the big one at the moment. Hey? You pissed off about net zero? I am. Let's go.
I think you're right there. Now, this gained attention. It went viral around the world, not just Australia. This is mining industry veteran Jerry Noonan. And this interview with him is just had tens of millions of views. Europe, US. He's explaining here the folly of abandoning coal-fired power.
We have coal because we've got the biggest coal deposits in the world, but we're not allowed to burn the stuff, so the world's rooted, really. It's all right to be idealistic, but you also have to be realistic. And until the lights go out, the idiots that want to be green on everything and not do mining, not do coal, not do anything, they're going to have to go back and use candles and live in tents, and then they'll no, you might laugh, but it's true. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm not talking bullshit, I'm talking reality. No. If we don't get realistic, we're it's as simple as that.
Tina, Jerry is an international sensation now, and he talks.
Rooted.
It's true. They're going to have to go back and use candles and live in tents, and then they'll no, you might laugh, but it's true. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm not talking bullshit, I'm talking reality. No. If we don't get realistic, we're it's as simple as that.
Tina, Jerry is an international sensation now, and he talks sense. Plenty of profanities, yes, but sense.
Oh, Rita, he's my kind of guy. I'm happy to marry him. I've just fallen in love with him.
Alone. Hello.
I can't believe it. When China is building between 2 and 3 new coal mines a week, Rita, this guy makes so much sense. And I think the rest of the world is cottoning on.
Is that true? China makes 2 or 3 coal mines a week? Fuck, I had no idea. Coal mines. She said coal mines, right? I thought she was going to say like power stations.
When China is building between 2 and 3 new coal mines a week.
Is it true that China is making 2 to 3 new coal mines a week? Where do they keep finding all this coal? That's incredible. When was this? This is 3 months ago. Okay. It's not accurate to say that it's making 2 to 3 new coal mines a week. She has a very large pipeline for new coal mining capacity. What is it? A global energy monitor, GEM, states as of April 2025, China has 1,350 million tons per annum of proposed coal mine projects under development, far more than any other country. China commissioned about 78 MTAs of coal mining capacity. The 2 plants per week figure refers to power plants, not coal mines. Okay. Many media reports conflate coal mines with coal power plants. The mine commissioning figure is much smaller. Okay, so there is a difference. Because I've heard people talking about the new power plants, and they're just like, China builds them, why can't we build them? Yes, that's interesting.
A week, Rita. This guy makes so much sense. And I think the rest of the world is cottoning on. Look at the problems in Germany now, who have been flat out about renewables for over 2 decades, and it's now all gone, the wrong way. So, yeah, good on you. Keep going.
This is some hardcore Sky News journalism, man. I think she misspoke. Yeah, she must mean the power plants then. Maybe. Still 2 to 3 power plants a week. Fuck me dead.
Now, Prue, I've got a little bit more of Jerry for you.
My next door neighbour, I was talking to him, he's a lawyer, so he's not an idiot. Well, he is a but that's another problem. But he said, oh, that's right, you just put plugs along the highways. I said, but if you haven't got a source from a power station, plugs on the highways aren't going to do jack, right? Do you understand me? The people don't understand. They think the electricity comes out of space. But if you haven't got a charging system, which is a steam coal burning power station, how the can you charge your batteries? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, there's a lot of the don't, and that's the problem with the world.
Yeah, I understand.
And they think the highways aren't going to do jack, right? Do you understand me? The people don't understand. They think the electricity comes out of space. But if you haven't got a charging system, which is a steam...
Well, he's not wrong. I'm pretty sure sun does travel through space to get to planet Earth. He's not wrong.
Coal burning power station, how the can you charge your batteries? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, there's a lot of the don't, and that's the problem with the world.
That's the problem with the
Prue,
world.
again, no
That's the
lies
problem.
detected. Plenty of profanities, but no lies detected there. You can't just have these charging stations. Where's the power coming from?
That's right. Look, the thing is that mainstream Australia, I really believe the average, Aussie would really be thinking like this. He resonates so well because we all understand that it is bull. And, and we speak in those terms to each other. It's just that sadly these politicians are so stupid and such lemming-like individuals that they don't...
Matt Bond, I have arrived. And what a time for you to arrive in. We're getting the 3rd degree here from Sky News. And we're trying to understand how Australians really feel about renewables. We're trying to figure out different slippery slopes into the right-wing pipeline in Australia. And I think renewables is a big one. I think people that rally behind kind of an anti-renewable sustainability, anti-climate change kind of sentiment, they definitely will get a taste for that type of content, and then that lead them through the network into other parts. And that was a bit of a sentiment that I spoke to people about with March of Australia as well. They were worried about net zero specifically because that's topical at the moment, but renewables generally because they think that investment in that is taking away, I guess, money from other things we could spend taxpayer money on, I guess. Is that the ex-Polly, the one with the glasses, that took a helicopter to work or a party and the taxpayer foot the bill? Yeah, maybe. I'm going to talk about that, though.
They just don't get it. And none of them have, apart from a Barnaby and a few of them, the Libs are now waking up to themselves. Unless we actually say the Emperor has no clothes, this is all absolute crap. We're going to park net zero and, move on. We're going to all end up as Jerry says.
Now, One Nation leader Pauline Hanson's moved an urgency motion in the Senate calling on the Albanese government to dump net zero, declaring that any coalition Senate...
why are people so scared of the idea of weaning yourself off fossil fuels? Is it not that? Is it just that we shouldn't be focusing on that? Or is it actually the idea that renewables are a bad thing, like having a energy source that is actually, as the name suggests, is sustainable, it can be done over an extended period of time, indefinitely, basically, is a problem, or is it just that we are taking investment away from, I guess, other areas that need it to push an agenda of some sort, like an energy agenda, that it's too soon, the technology is not there yet? Is that what the main gripe that people have, like these type of people have? Do they think is it like a scientific basis that, look, renewables just can't work? They just can't work, so why waste your money on and time and investment on this? It's just never gonna happen. Or it's just like, no, we shouldn't be focusing on that now. We can do this some other time. We can do this later. Because I just can't help shake the feeling, and we know the power of like the oil lobby and like corporations. I just can't help shake the feeling that all of this type of talk, like, which is now Trump 2.0, and like we read it extensively in Project 2025, the conservative language has just been about just smash the discussion on renewables, sustainable energy sources as just woke rubbish. Just smash it, because the type of people that fund, like, you know, the Heritage Foundation and these conservative think tanks that come up with Project 2025 are the people that have interest in fossil fuels. And they want to make sure that they can continue to get a return on their investment. They don't want it phased out entirely. They have money to be made in the fossil fuel industry. And so, like, you know, stretch it out for as long as you can and keep the cash cow going. It's nebulous on purpose. It's both of the things you talked about. One day it's we're not ready for it. The next day it's just woke nonsense. Yeah. I'm just trying to understand, like, do they actually, if they think the technology doesn't work, and like that's an existential threat to humanity because you can never make renewable technology work, then that's a serious concern that people would have then, because they believe that this technology could never do the job. That's a serious threat to humanity. But if they just don't want to spend the money on it because they just don't like it or something like that, that's a different point of argumentation. It's trying to hit a ridiculous target and making power prices skyrocket. No one disagrees with solar wind farms are different. Not to strangle our economy to get there is dumb. So it's not a rejection of the idea of having a renewable source of energy. One that, like I said, is indefinite, let's say. It's not a rejection of that idea. It's just we don't want to feel the burn in the meantime. If working people feel the burn, power prices skyrocket, then it's a stupid idea and it shouldn't happen. So it's a framing of the discussion. Because, like, that's the point of going down this pipeline, is to understand how working people interpret the world of all shades, of all sorts. And, like, if people are just like, well, this stuff equals my power bill going up, this stuff is stupid, then I can understand why people would have kind of these concerns, right? It makes sense.
So who abstains from this vote is...
Yeah, look, they know green energy is the next power source. They just want time to buy it out as a monopoly. And that's why all these deals people are doing is around rare earth minerals rather than oil and gas now. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I think they understand there's a dialectical relationship between the two of them. They still want to push new projects on the periphery, but they're not holding back on the idea of getting access to all the rare earths around the world. The real imperialist race at the moment is to make sure that there is access to the types of technologies or the resources that are going to fuel the new technologies that are going to allow China and America to continue their new Cold War, right? Yeah, they're not slowing down on producing this technology. Yeah, I think they just want to squeeze that cash cow as long as they can and while they transition. It's the ideology that human pollution is going to kill us all. That's the main fight. We need nuclear if we are serious about renewables. But that's the thing, is nuclear renewable? Because what happens is, from my understanding of it, is you use it and then it produces waste and the waste has to be dealt with. If it was truly renewable, like, it wouldn't just continue to be used over and over and again, but it is something that is sourced from the earth and there is a limited supply in the earth's crust. Like, you can't just keep on doing it forever, but like I'm assuming, the wind will blow and the sun will shine and all that sort of bullshit. There'll be there'll be heat that can be mined from the earth for as long as the earth exists. Maybe not forever, but like nuclear is actually not a renewable in the sense that there is a limited supply, like fossil fuels and all that sort of stuff. Climate deniers versus climate doomers. Interesting. That's the culture war framing. Climate deniers versus climate doomers. Interesting. Yeah, that is actually a really good way of framing it, isn't it? Climate deniers versus climate doomers. So which camp do you sit in? Are you going to be a doomer, hey, and cause us to have big power bills? Or are you going to be a climate denier and say that we can't do better for the environment? Interesting. And people have to put a foot in a camp, right?
Is a coward. Prue, what's going to happen here? Because this is causing great debate amongst the coalition ranks, even amongst nationals. We've got certain MPs who are publicly saying we've got to back away from net zero, and others clinging on for dear life.
Well, let's hope, and good on Pauline for skewering them, because
good on you, Pauline.
She's talking sense. And this is the point of difference. If Susan Lee doesn't adopt the abandonment of net zero, then she's lost a lot of people. This is her chance to prove that she's not just a pseudo-conservative, that she's not just one other progressive, which is really just Labor light. If she could back this, we've seen it with Liberals in South Australia, Western Australia, and of course Barnaby and McCormack. And I think unless we do this, thanks to Pauline Hanson, that she's making them, show their true colours. And it's about time, because until we...
It's really interesting to see how fractured they are at the moment. Like, it's just go after the Liberals, crush the Liberals. We want true conservatism now. Sky News Australia has really turned into a we need conservatism angle. There used to be this idea of, I guess, having centre-right persons who are really caring only about like kind of neoliberal ideas, which are economy, but like no real concern over social issues, like usually or typically maybe even more socially progressive, but like right wing in terms of economic policy and their stance on the free market. But they really are, I guess, killing each other at the moment, aren't they? Tearing. And then the Liberal Party isn't going to have any chance if they're constantly being stabbed at like this. No chance. Unless this is the point. It's like while they're down and before they reform and reconstitute, they destroy any of the social progressiveness that might be in a centre-right political party and draw the Liberals right across to conservative across the board, not just economically conservative, but socially conservative. That must be the long game there. They could easily lose the next 2 elections unless the ALP nukes themselves. They'd have to nuke pretty hard as well, because they can't even front people at the moment. Like that thing that happened with the local government elections was absolutely shameful stuff. That happened, I think it was last year or the year before, where they made some administrative error and they didn't put any Liberal candidates forward in local elections across New South Wales. And there were only a few places that were saved from that. And just because they couldn't do the paperwork properly, like that is not an organised thing. That is not a machine that's working. If you can't even register people in your party because someone forgot to do the paperwork, that is a failed machine. So even if like Labor nukes themselves, but there's people in the party that aren't doing the fucking paperwork, they're completely fucked. And then they're getting stabbed at like constantly here. But I guess that's the point. Like you fashion it now while it's really, really at its lowest point. And so they must go down a conservative route, like a more conservative route across the board, to align with, I guess, Project 2025 interests, right? ACT Libs are on the brink of a split. Interesting. Wow. It's no longer debates on tax reform percentages. We are in our Biden era. And we know what comes after that. Well, that's the thing. It's pushing towards like harder conservatism across the board, like across the board conservatism. Very interesting. They can recycle the waste a lot more than what they used to. 1 cocaine ton of uranium would provide your individual power needs your entire life. We have uranium. We have space. We have the space. Aussies should get to enjoy the birthright of our resources. Yeah. I thought like the main thing when it comes to nuclear, like power as an option as well, is the way that they process uranium and like the sources of power through nuclear power. It leads to the creation of weapons grade products. And so like nobody really wants to kind of provide ammunition to create nuclear weapons and stuff. I thought that was a big part of the consideration there. Didn't lodge the form in time. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? They just ousted 2 of their 6 members. Another 2 are talking about leaving. Wow. The Libs, you reckon they're done as a party? Yeah, it's a good question. They seem to fail to even meet the basic administration work. It's really scathing stuff there if you can't even do that stuff properly. All right, let us go down and let's get some comic relief. If no one's seen this was pretty iconic. If you haven't seen this, let me indulge you because it made for some great meme content for me.
It's no secret Bob Katter Sr. has Lebanese blood in his veins, but dare to raise it in public.
Bob, you've got Lebanese heritage yourself. What would you say?
Oh, mate, don't say that, because that irritates me, and I punch blokes in the mouth for saying that.
Press further, the rant continued.
Don't you dare say that. My family have been in this country for 140 years, right? So if you say anything like that, I have, on many occasions, punch blokes in the mouth, right? So I'm restraining myself today.
It came as he fired up over his party's anti-immigration stance.
If you have anti-Australian sentiments, then get the hell out of my country.
It's not the first time he's gone ballistic when asked about the Katters family tree.
Given your grandfather's Lebanese, how do you feel about...
No, he's not. He's an Australian. And I resent strongly you describing him as Lebanese. That is a racist comment, and you should take it back.
His sister doesn't seem to have a problem with it, as she shared on Australian Story earlier this year.
My grandfather, Jiddi we called him, came from Lebanon when he was in his early teens. He was Khalil, Ignatius, Mubarak, Kreata, Kairuz. So my grandfather became Karl Katter.
As Channel 9's political journalist Josh Bavis tried to finish his original question, he copped more abuse.
Don't say that. I'm sure don't say that because you're a racist. You're a racist. You cannot say what you just said without being identified.
Lebanese is a slur now. Yeah, it's so good. You cannot say that. Do not use the word Lebanese, and you're a racist. The beauty of this situation that's going on right here is that these people do really hate when, you know, the wokies and the snowflakes out there use the term racist to vilify their opposition. And it's funny that when confronted with someone bringing up his ancestry, his first call is like, you're racist. You can't say that. So when confronted with an identity crisis, he results to calling someone racist to protect himself. The very actions that they constantly call out, right? Come on, Mr. E, do the impression. It's spot on. It's pretty woke of Katter. I can't do him a good Katter. Okay. I can't. Lebanese is a slur now, I guess. Interesting. Looks like we might need a nuclear pipeline. I admit I don't know enough about it, but I think the rhetoric about nuclear is outdated with new technology. Yeah, fair enough. I haven't done much research, but I thought there was a level of concern not only about waste, but how that waste, well, one, how that waste needs to be managed, but two, how that waste could potentially be used. And like, it's just a step away from, you know, especially as we go further and get closer and closer to World War III, right? Australia developing nuclear technology and then being like, all right, we better arm ourselves with nuclear warheads and so on and so forth. And that's the gateway.
Like, as a racist, some gentlemen, ladies, this man is a racist.
In a
Woke
statement, Nine's
Katter,
news director
so
said Mr Katter's aggressive behaviour and threats were unacceptable. His baseless and offensive accusation of racism is an irresponsible attempt to shut down a legitimate line of questioning and warrants a public apology.
No place for violence or threats. We need to be able to resolve things.
Again, there's a line. Bob Katter crossed the line in his press conference there.
Lexi Hamilton-Smith, ABC.
Woke Katter. So good. Oh, don't say that. So good. All right. What else gets people to start moving into the right-wing pipeline? Maybe we can go with some... I actually don't know who this person is. I'm leaving Australia. Debt, dopamine, and division. All right, let's figure out...
So it's just been over 7 months of being...
Well, he's got a fucking mullet. So what a legend already. And like everyone's Aussie grandma, if you've got one, had some type of decor like this, right? Hey? Look at that lounge in the background. So good. 320,000 views 3 months ago. Why I'm leaving Australia. Maybe I should just make videos with those sort of titles just for the algorithm. I'll just make one. Why I'm leaving Australia, : and then I'll just talk about something else. Look at that. 300,000 views. And philosophy, mind. All right, let's have a look how this Aussie battler, flano and a mullet, gets people down the right-wing pipeline. Has anyone come across this one before? I wonder.
Being homeless, a lot of hard lessons. So it's just been over 7 months of being homeless. A lot of hard lessons, mentally and emotionally, but I've come out of it clearer. I've had time to really reflect on where this country is going, and I want to share what I've seen, what I've lived, and why I think Australia is in serious trouble. I'm Godfrey. I'm an electrical and instrumentation technician, and I've done everything by the book. Got a trade, done FIFO, paid my taxes, but somehow I still ended up homeless. And now I'm planning on leaving Australia. During the pandemic, we were locked in our homes like criminals, allowed for just 1 hour a day, while our so-called leaders and their mates ignored the rules completely, travelling, gathering, living freely, as the rest of us were punished for doing the same. If you dared question it, you were shouted down, labelled an anti-vaxxer or a conspiracy theorist. We lost our freedom to choose, and many lost their jobs. And while we were locked down, they dropped interest rates to 0.1%, encouraged people to dip into their super, handed out stimulus checks, and flooded the market with cheap debt. At the time, mortgage repayments were cheaper than rent, so many first home buyers rushed into the market without fully grasping the long-term consequences when rates eventually rose. House prices soared, but not because of real growth, but because of artificial stimulus. Fear took over. People rushed in, terrified of being left behind. Meanwhile, everything kept rising. Groceries, fuel, rent. And instead of fixing that, our government gave us a referendum to argue over. Over the past few years, they've ramped up immigration at a scale the system can't absorb. That's my issue. Not immigration itself, but the reckless speed and volume. It's pouring fuel on the housing crisis. Vacancy rates are at rock bottom. Lines at rental inspections stretch down the block.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, philosophy mind. Like, all touching on very, like, look at this. I've never worked so much and felt so poor. This is a disgrace. Very hardcore working issues, working class issues. Like, with a sprinkle of, obviously, the culture wars, like, that we're talking about here. But, like, seems to be discussing issues on people's mind that, like, affect them in the market, affect their ability to exist and reproduce themselves socially. I'm not seeing any numbers. Yeah, I know. It's more vibes. I think it's more vibes, to be honest. It's not one of those types of pieces of content. This is just to get you emotionally involved. So, you start going down the pipeline.
Families are living in tents. We see this every day.
Is this true? Has anyone come across this? Families living in tents?
It's exhausting just trying to find something half decent. And what they ask for it is daylight robbery. And even then, you're up against 50 others. In the past 12 months, I've dealt with 2 different real estate agents. One handed us a home infested with cockroaches and rats, completely unlivable. And the other left us in a flood-damaged property, refusing to take action during an emergency situation, saying they were only allowed to spend up to $250 for maintenance. They ignored our concerns completely. That was the final straw that pushed us into homelessness. There's no accountability
You can see
anymore.
a lot of the right being upset at government, not the left government. Right. But I would say that people across the board, that's the one unifying feature that is descendant, comes out of the culture wars, predates the culture wars, is people don't particularly think that governance is done well. And I think that is a unifying feature that can be brought to the fold that everyone can agree on. Right? If there was one thing that, I went to both of them, that the Palestinian protests and then the March for Australia both shared, was a hate for the government, whatever government's in power, and the idea that policy decisions and governance should be done better. They can be done much better, right? I reckon now is the time for the ALP to push some bold changes. Mystery's next video. Why I'm moving to She's house. Politics, money, and drugs. Oh, yeah. And organs, too. New organs that will make me live forever, as he was caught hot micing with Putin. Yeah, I reckon it's time for the ALP to push some bold. They could do whatever they want now, and especially, as we were discussing before, if 4S is right and they won't be able to win for a couple of election cycles, they could do some dramatic, once in a lifetime kind of economic changes that would really change the face of Australia. And that's all the infrastructure stuff that people have been complaining about. They could really change the face of Australian infrastructure. And the economy too, by investing money or subsidizing the right forms of industry. They could really do that. And they do have some plans for it, but I just don't think it's enough. The housing policies that they have, it helps subsidize and provide housing on the market, which is a nice idea, but the market is beyond market. Sorry, the housing market or the housing crisis is beyond a market style of reparation. It needs to be public housing. It needs to be housing that is controlled by the state and held for the public good. It can't be returning to the market for that type of stuff. And they could do this. They have such a majority that they could really just make new public housing legislation at the drop of a hat, get it through, and then be on with it. And in 5 years' time, max, there would be a real impact on what he's talking about here, about whether he can find appropriate housing. If government set the standard for what housing was, like we do with the Medicare and healthcare, then he wouldn't have to go into rat-infested, cockroach-infested housing. No one would put that on the market because they know that it wouldn't go anywhere because they have people have alternatives. You mean we could seize the means of production? Now, I wonder how long ago they took that out of the Labor parties, because that would have been in there when they were a socialist organisation back 100 years ago or more. I wonder how long ago they took that objective out, because the UK Labor Party only took out the objective of seizing the means of production, only took it out in the 90s. They had it until the 90s. How mental is that? Eh? Seizing the means of production. They were proper socialists, evil socialists, seizing those means.
And with
Wikipedia says ALP is a democratic socialist party. Interesting. Especially by American standards, right? They support universal health care. And basically they're the party of Bernie Sanders. or has multiple factions with their own sub-faction. Yes, 4AS will tell you a story about that.
Vacancy rate's so low, they know they can get away with it. This isn't just an economic crisis anymore.
What, his comment, the mystery's next video, why I'm moving to Xi's house, politics, money and drugs. Yeah. I think the rank and file is democratic socialists. Not the pollies, though. No, not the career politicians. They get into the party to be part of the party. Yeah. I'm keen to hear that. 4AS, I reckon you should do a video explaining the factions within the Labor Party. It might be very eye-opening for people. People would like to see how it works on the inside. But how are they going to pay for this housing project? Well, I'll tell you a secret. Okay. The Australian government actually has the ability to make money. And so like they could do that. They could make money if necessary in order to fund their own projects. I think it is a pretty good and well-developed neoliberal trick to think that the only way to cover costs is to borrow money on the global financial market as a nation. I think it's a massive neoliberal trick. Economic magic and mythology to think that, you know, if governments start spending their own money, then it's just going to lead to an inflationary crisis, the likes that we're seeing in like Germany right before the Nazis took power. And like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to spend your own money on stuff. I think we can fund our own projects, especially if it's infrastructure like that. Like, you know, you wouldn't want to just spend it on anything, but yeah, infrastructure, it works for the economy, honestly. If it relieves pressure from people having to spend their money on housing costs, and they can pour that money back into other sectors of the economy now because they are availed from the need to spend ridiculous amounts of money on housing costs, then that supports other sections of the economy because it frees up spending for other things, like drugs. No, I'm just joking. The Australian government could nationalise our resources, but we may become more prone to having freedom unwittingly imposed upon us. Yes. Uh-oh. Looks like Australia nationalised its resources. It looks like they need a dose of freedom. Looks like they are housing weapons of mass destruction. Eh?
This is social decay. I've lost the freedom to choose where I live in my own country.
Did you really have that freedom anyway? Like, I can't live in Vaucluse. Somebody name another rich suburb. Can you live there? It's economic freedom, I think you're talking about. Speculation, not shelter.
This didn't happen by accident. We financialised housing to the point where it's no longer about shelter, it's just speculation. We glorify OnlyFans models, tradies, property investors, and everyday Aussies stacking investment properties like housing is the ultimate measure of success. For many tradies, it's a way out of the collapsing middle class. Riding the bubble instead of relying on the trade that once gave them dignity and stability. And for everyday Australians with a mortgage, the illusion of wealth created by rising property values keeps many content and silent, despite everything else crumbling behind the scenes. Safety in this country has fallen apart. Knife crime, youth gangs, violent assaults in broad daylight. These problems are happening nationwide now. Big cities.
Do these people not understand what Australia was like in the 70s? Like, Australia was always a place that was pretty fucking violent, actually. Especially when people started drinking. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't differences in the type of violence that was around, but like, people did... There was social problems before migrants of different colours, religions and creeds and all that sort of stuff started moving into Australia. Like, there was still social problems. And like, yeah, Australians, you know, back in the day, were pretty fucking hardcore. My God. If Albo came out and put an end to things like offshore profits to Ireland, then announced public housing with the profits, I'd support it. But he's not going to do that. But like, that's the thing, like, let's treat them separately. I'm just saying, like, they can afford, governments can fund their own infrastructure projects. They can do it. They literally print their own money. but like they should do both. Like what you're saying, they should then also stop the pillaging of our resources for the sole benefit of corporations, and we should be able to extract wealth from our sovereign ownership of said resources. They should do both of those things. I don't think that using the money that you're able to print as the state, that's what the state does. It manages fiscal and monetary policy, both of those things, and it can use monetary policy to fund its own projects. I think that's fine. And like, if people are worried about inflation, like, well, fucking, we've got inflation anyway. We've got a cost of living crisis. It's happened anyway. And like, people have tried to be very cautious with public spending, and we've still got an inflation crisis. We still got a cost of living crisis. So fuck it. Let it ride. You know, spend a bit more money on infrastructure. We're fucked anyway.
Small towns, country communities, and yet we let violent offenders walk free on bail, back out into our streets. But we're told to stay quiet. We stay quiet in fear of being called a racist, for pointing out what's right in front of us. Wages have flatlined while everything else keeps climbing. Debt, stress, depression.
He's worried about wages. I'll give him that. It's a good point.
Median house prices have now passed $1 million, 10 times the average wage. Nearly half of this country is living on less than $1,000 a week. One unexpected bill or emergency, and it's all over.
Means of seduction. So good. Hey, don't talk shit. Don't shit talk those OF models. They own their own means of seduction. Means of seduction. It's an interesting one.
And with 43% of Australian adults expected to face a mental health crisis, that's not a coincidence. That's cause and effect. And still the government pushes fake solutions. They blame a supply issue while letting builders collapse and flooding the country with demand. Then they offer a 2% deposit loan with government as guarantor. It sounds helpful, but it's another trap. More debt, more control, and no real solution. We gave in, got muzzled, traded our values for a beer or a mortgage. Now we're trapped. Multiple jobs, side hustles, overtime just to stay afloat. I see a lot of men struggling, but holding on to the old, she'll be right, while quietly breaking down from burnout. Families are breaking apart under the pressure. I see dads getting caught up in custody battles, barely getting to see their own kids. We've normalised being in debt forever, staying silent at work to protect your job, paying income tax to build and maintain gas plants, while they ship it offshore, only for us to buy it back at a premium. We were promised cheap electricity through green energy, but now people have to choose between heating their homes and putting food on the table. And it's the working class Aussies who pay the biggest price. I spent years doing maintenance overhauls on gas plants, oil refineries, power stations, doing 12-hour shifts, weeks on end. We miss birthdays, we miss family, we miss the chance to actually be there, just to keep this country running. Meanwhile, the profits are sent overseas, and we get the leftovers.
It's all very typical working class rhetoric. I don't see any differences of opinion from a left or a right wing person with regards to the stuff that he was just talking about then. Work hard, make value in society. Where is the give back from society to appreciate the value that working people create? And why is it being siphoned off by not only corporations, but potentially foreign corporations who extract the value and don't feed it back into the system, but take it elsewhere, probably to offshore bank accounts? These are just baseline, cut through the culture wars issues. This is an interesting mix of culture war and working people talking points. It is. Super interesting. Issue is government won't cut itself to save, but will keep growing. It will just keep taxing people and trying to get more people here in order to tax them. Okay. So government expansion is an issue. But like that's, I guess, that makes sense given your political leanings as well, right? As a libertarian. Government is the problem. Is a big problem. Or a growing, expanding government. And expanding government overreach. Interesting.
This system doesn't care about us. It cares about banking stability and asset prices. If house prices fall, it triggers negative equity, bad loans, and severe knock-on effects across the economy. So instead, they import demand to prop up the market and protect the banks, even if it means pushing everyday Aussies into homelessness. Nearly 1 in 5 Australians work in the public sector, fully reliant on government income. When that many people depend on the system to survive, who's left to question it? Dependency breeds silence, and silence breeds decay. We've sold off our land, our homes, our resources, all to the highest bidder. The value is created by working Australians, while the profits are shipped off overseas. We've lost something deeper, our purpose, our sense of community. Modern society has created adults that are completely dependent on banks, on government handouts, on a healthcare system that treats illnesses for the food that we're sold. And I believe all of this is rooted in fake wealth, created by a currency that's constantly being devalued. And when money loses value, so do people, especially men. It weakens them, it silences them, it turns them into obedient workers instead of strong voices. We've traded resilience for convenience, truth for comfort. And in that silence, addiction takes root. Men escape into porn, video games, gambling, social media. Short-term dopamine hits numb the pain, but never fix it. It keeps us passive, distracted, disconnected from each other and from ourselves. We become stats in a system that values debt over dignity.
This is the main gripe of the Aussie right, but it feels like the left keep trying to tell us it's a culture war, as in what is like the main gripe, like the masculinity crisis kind of thing, like that men are looking for, I don't know, looking at porn and playing video games and using social media to compensate for the fact that like they're not is integrated into society as before. Is that the thing that he's talking about right now? Is that what you mean? What topic? Same as before? Yeah, we're still down the right-wing pipeline. We're trying to get a handle on kind of what type of ideas feed in to Aussie right-wing sentiments. And we're getting a very, personal speech from one of the most Aussie people you could find, right? Flannelette and a mullet. Like, he's right there in terms of screaming Australiana. Kai. The way they mix ideas is crazy. It is interesting, like the milieu and like how it's all brought together to prove a point or to make a point. It is very interesting. But like expressions of kind of working class issues or economic issues, but very interesting interpretations of all of those ideas. It's very interesting.
Tiny facade of prosperity is hiding a deeper rot. No one's thriving, just surviving. We no longer hire based on merit, we hire based on quotas. Skilled Aussies are overlooked to tick diversity boxes. We can't even agree on what a woman is, let alone guide children through childcare without confusing them into thinking they're animals. We can't even agree on one day to celebrate this country.
Yeah, it's funny in that, like, you have quotas, right? He's just complaining about, like, there's no more merit anymore, we pick on quotas. And, like, some of the times you, as a man, you are overlooked because there's some type of a quota to get women in. But in the same breath, he's just like, but then we can't decide what a woman is. It's like, which one is it? Do they have definitions of these things so they can fill their quotas? Or do they not have definition of these things so they can't fill their quotas? It's an interesting issue that he's describing there. LOL, when was this meritocracy? I know, right? Meritocracy for the people at the bottom. Definitely not meritocracy for the people that run the businesses, that have gone to the right private schools, moved in the right social circles. Not what you know, it's who you know. As a white male, remove quotas. Oh no. In regards to the government, it's the minority on the right that lean into the masculine argument. Most just want the government out of their lives and out of their pockets. Right, okay. And look out for the interests and rights of citizens. The mixing of class issues with men are under attack. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because like class issues are those things like men used to have in a system where they have kind of more economic independence and autonomy because they're paid a decent wage to afford them the life that they expect, and they've become accustomed with. Any system or any social conditions that have reduced the autonomy that's come with their economic independence is an attack on men themselves. And it's like society has been structured in a way that, oh my God, males are under attack here, while those social issues or those progressive ideals that are manifesting and evolving outside of that, because of other social evolutionary things that are happening, like those things that are looked as the issue, as in the cause of why masculinity, why men are under attack. If they still had the same independence and economic strength that they used to, then would they still find things to be angry about or to blame for their current circumstances? I don't know. He took the Kool-Aid on that one. Yeah, if they had less stress from their economic position, would they be turning around and calling out all of this other bullshit? And calling, hey, this is the problem. It's this reason. There's too many quotas to get women into the jobs. And then in the same breath be like, but we can't even agree on what a woman is anyway. Hey, what is a woman? I can't believe people don't know what women are. And they still take my jobs anyway. Fucking women. I don't even know what they are. Who knows what they are? This is where the red pillars get men, I guess. It's a lose-lose situation, it is.
Yet we'll dedicate full weeks and even months to identity campaigns while everyday Australians struggle in silence. Everyone mocks it in the lunchroom, but no one dares say a word in public. You know, I used to think Australians would stand up and say enough, but we didn't. We were injected with a rush vaccine just to go to work or grab a beer. We were divided by a referendum, distracted by identity politics, while our standard of living collapsed behind the scenes. And rising property prices give many a false sense of wealth, keeping them just comfortable enough not to question any of it. Debt, dopamine, and division. That's how they keep us compliant.
What's your solution for the division part? That's what I want to know. I'm interested.
I've let a lot go. Being homeless has stripped me of my material things, and it's opened my eyes. I've seen the poverty, the addiction, and the despair, and I know it's only going to get worse. So, I'm carving a new path. I've quit the industry because I can't justify working to fund a system that punishes the very people that keep it running. I spent years building and maintaining infrastructure, only to see the profits go to banks, foreign companies, and a government that doesn't care. I'd rather be homeless and free than keep playing this rigged game. I'm just a bloke who's had enough. I don't have all the answers, but I can't stay silent. I hope by sharing this offers some perspective, something real, something grounded, something that we're all living through. I'm not here with a master plan. I'm just here to speak the truth and connect with others who see what's going on. If any of this hits home with you, drop a comment. If you live in it or have lived it, tell me what did it for you. What was the moment that said, that's it, I'm done. If this resonates with you, stick around. This is the new normal they promised us, and I want no part of it.
Okay, so
it's just been over 7 months.
It's debt, dopamine, and division. Like, all he spoke about, well, not all, but like a lot of what he spoke about was divisive kind of stuff. I wonder what his take on division is. For the first time in my life, I'm meeting people who are planning to leave Australia with their families forever. This was once absolutely unheard of. I've never worked so much and felt so poor. The fact that Australia is the world's second largest producer of natural gas, but consumers pay extortionate gas bills, tells you everything you need to know about this once great country. I'm shedding tears of relief that I'm not feeling this way on my own. Thank you, mate. Well and said. You summarise so succinctly in under 9 minutes what Australia has become. Excellent points. Mate, I've just stumbled upon this vid and I am blown away. This needs to go viral. You've just said what all Australians need to hear. My wife and I left because the country feels like a golden cage. What's worse is how it's making people act. No empathy, no connection. Not the country I grew up in. Interesting. Very interesting. Where does the dopamine part come in? I don't know. Like, I think he's talking about maybe the gaming culture, the instant gratification culture on social media he mentioned a couple of times. Yeah, can we have a chat with this guy? So many various different points and enmeshed ideas. But like scrambling around and trying to make sense of what's going on, I think is not a problem. Obviously, this person is just picked up on a lot of dog whistles that this audience is now feeding off. But like if someone's trying to make sense of things, as long as they get back to what the material conditions of why they're feeling those problems, as opposed to the division that he's talking about, like blaming others for like other working class people and other people that are struggling and blaming them for their problems, as long as they don't end up there, then they might land on what the actual issues are. It's mass migration. No, it's the left. I quit the job I didn't get due to quotas. I'm not unemployed. I'm unimpressed. Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. I've quit my job and become homeless because I'm just unimpressed and I don't want to be part of the system. I want to get this guy on the podcast. Yeah. He says he's giving up and will stop trying as his solution. Hard to duck out for the halfers. I had to duck out for halfers. What did I miss? I was watching kind of the diary of a typical Aussie man, I guess you would say. And like his confessions about what he thinks are and why he's leaving Australia. But he's not really leaving Australia, but he is ejecting himself from the economy and he's going to continue to be homeless. So he doesn't have to partake in the system. He's given up. He's a bit of a doomer. He's a bloke, not a man, sorry. Yeah. He's doing it tough. So we're just learning about why people are doing it tough. Why we left Australia and may never go back. Maybe we should just do one of these. Why we left Australia things. To grab on an audience. Get on that sentiment. Why I'm leaving Australia. I'm fed up. What's this guy's name? Philosophy. All right. An Aussie battler who's taken up the door. No effort, though. All right, I'm going to leave it there for the main part. Yeah, why I'm giving up on capitalism vid? That would be hilarious. I don't think anyone would click on it. I have to say why I'm leaving Australia. When the algorithm will deliver. But yes, I'm going to leave it there for the main part of the stream, and then we're going to go chill out with some afters. So thanks everyone for for hanging out today as we go down an Aussie version of Right Wing Pipeline. A little bit depressing, I must say. Like the Tucker Carlson one, it's really just like, oh my god, conservatives, the left, oh my god, woke. And this was kind of depressing, this one. Like people struggling. And I punch blokes in the face for saying that sort of stuff. So thanks for everyone for hanging out and coming down the pipeline. If that is you, Avalava, thank you. Squeeb, Ninja Nurse, hanging out. Mark was in there for a little bit. Dilemmas, Jag, 4IS, Jericho. Who else we got here? Indoctrinathan coming in and out today. Cheese Swiss, Matt Bond had arrived. If I've missed you, I'm sorry. Remag, it's just that my chat doesn't get that far back. Apologies. Yeah, thank you everyone for your input today, and thanks for getting down the pipeline. And a big round of applause again for Jerry Poppins for curating today's Far Right Fridays down the Australian pipeline, and we've just really entered. So I think I'll have a chat to Dilemmas over the week, and maybe we can get some more hardcore inside the pipeline next week, as opposed to this kind of sentimental stuff that makes you want to, hey, why is Australia, what's happened to Australia? Why should I leave Australia? So that sort of stuff will get deeper into the stuff that really makes you angry. We'll get into that stuff soon, next week potentially. So yeah, thank you very much for hanging out, and if you're sticking around for the afters, we will be right back, so don't go anywhere. Cheers. All right, we are back for some afters. And yeah, clap, clap. That was a great list of vids. Much enjoyment. Yeah, a little bit, yeah, more depressing, I find, than going down the Tuk Tuks type timeline, playlist. Uncle Tuk Tuks playlist the other week. But like, we still got a little bit of stuff to go on here. So we'll see if we can come across some different stuff next time we go down that pipeline, hey? Shall we? All right, so yesterday we were kind of going all over the place in the afters, but got me tone appeasing, got me hooked far more than Tuck. Interesting. Like you talk about this guy particularly. I guess maybe it was just the note that we ended on there, as opposed to ending on Bob Catter. Eh? That would have been the way to do it. That would have been way more entertaining. Got me hooked more than Tuck. There you go. Interesting. But yeah, we went down a pipeline yesterday, or at the end, and we were looking at, I think it was GFD, I think it was the name of the channel, and like it's the Bernie betrayal or something like that. So I'm going to try and find that. Because I wanted to have a look at that one. I think it was GDF, maybe. GDF, yeah, I think that's the one.
Hey
yeah,
everyone,
that was
just wanted
interesting,
to take a
wasn't it? And it's kind of scary too, how they were analyzing it all. Yeah, here we were. I think we were around here. But like we've spoken a bit about this, I think this week, it can definitely considering the context of what's coming up soon. And I think it's important for people to be aware of. You know, Mamdani is set to be the new New York mayor. But like, you know, anything can happen between now and then. And the discussion has just really been around the fact that, you know, there might be some type of socialist takeover of the US as a result of this, or as a result, at least starting with New York, and then, you know, that's how America will fall, thanks to some socialist New York mayor. And we've been hypercritical, I think, of Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Zohran Mamdani over the last few days. And this is actually a really good example that I feel like not a lot of people get the context of, as to why you would want to be critical of a left-wing populist, someone that, you know, is advocating for, you know, universal healthcare. Like, that's a good thing. Like, we have it in Australia. Why wouldn't we support our American working class brothers and sisters getting access to the same shit? And so, like, you can support that, but you have to be well aware of the fact that these politicians have become completely institutionalized. And for someone, what we have been discovering with this video, and I think it's a good point, is that someone who has built a reputation on not only being kind of anti-establishment but anti-war specifically, has done a pretty abysmal job of denouncing Israel since the genocide has taken place. So, like, it's legitimately a genocide, and he has been almost not even just silent, but adversarial to the cause of calling out Israel for their atrocities, and doing stuff about it. So America has healthcare for the employees' select few. Okay, so a universal healthcare system, I should say, if I did make that clear before. And so, like, this is documenting his atrocious record on taking a stance against Israel and supporting Palestinians as they are basically ethnically cleansed out of the Gaza Strip, and then probably extending beyond that, but at least for the Gaza Strip for now. And so we were watching this yesterday, and you know, some of the footage they have of him in like town meetings and yelling at people. I know, you know, you can clip something and make it seem worse than it is. So you'd have to watch the whole town meeting to get the gist of it. But someone was confronting him about why he supports Israel or doesn't denounce Israel and their genocide. And like, he was basically telling the guy to shut up in a town meeting. It was like, you don't have the mic, so shut up. And it's like, it's not the type of Bernie Sanders you see in the Fighting the Oligarchy tour kind of thing at 9. And all of those type of rallies, those rallies that you see are just like, you know, ways to G up the working class. Now, Avalava had put something very interesting in, I think you wouldn't read about it this week, in one of the channels in Discord. And it was, what was the name of it? Let's see if I can find it. Pretty sure it was this one. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't in. There was the neoliberal Holocaust I saw that was interesting. No, maybe not. Maybe it's another channel then. But there was an article put in Discord recently, I thought it was this week at some point, that pointed to the idea that the Democrats have this kind of party machinery, or there is this organization that's associated with the Democratic Party that helps the candidates get donations and helps them manage those donations, basically, in order to, I guess, supposedly fuel their political campaigns. And what it actually feeds on. So it was in the neoliberal Holocaust that they talked about this. That was the neoliberal Holocaust one that was talking specifically about like basically the death toll of neoliberalism in post-Soviet Russia. But there was another one I thought that you put out that was speaking kind of about how the Democratic Party machinery works. There was another one I thought, because like inside that article you had put, there was a link, and I clicked on that link and it went to another kind of article, and that article just basically explained how there's this organization, a company that understands how profitable left-wing populism is, basically. And so like Bernie Sanders, what he delivers, AOC, what she delivers, now Zoran Mondani, like there's a big market for American left-wing populism. And so this organization helps left-wing populist looking American politicians serve up a left-wing populist agenda. Like, yeah, let's talk about rent freezes and like healthcare, and we'll talk about like being anti-war, and we'll talk about like the cost of living crisis and like attacking billionaires and eating the rich. Probably not that, but like, you know what I mean? Like all of those left-wing kind of sentiments. And its business model is getting these politicians and feeding them the right stuff to say, the right ad campaigns, the right rallies to go to, feeding them all of this information and helping them platform as a left-wing populist so they can get more donations. And they have huge lists of people that they send out to get more donations off. And all they're doing is platforming these politicians who aren't really left-wing populists, but they feed them the right stuff to say, the right ad campaigns to do, the right image and branding to create a left-wing populist brand to suck money out of people who are susceptible to that type of political rhetoric. And so it's this massive business model, and they've made like $130 million in the last 5 years or something from getting people ramped up with these donations. And so like it's a model where they basically suck like donations out of people that they think it's going towards the party or the campaign or something, and most of it is funneled towards this organization that just profits off like left-wing populism. Follow the money, power, and Trump 2.0 political maze. Yeah, maybe it is this one, actually. I think it might be. Starting in delay, friends. Looking forward to this one. Laugh Jeff is in the house, finally. It's good to have you. Yeah, I think it might be this one, actually. Yeah, coffee break, follow the money. Yeah, because there was a link in here that I found was absolutely alarming. And so I clicked on it, and I think it took me to somewhere else, someone else's article. Yeah, this one was interesting too. This is the one. This is the one. You're right. Yeah, this is the one. Follow the money behind Platner, Memdani, Sanders, Porter, and Fetterman campaigns. This is the one. Yes. Let me just bring that over so people can see it. It's an article that looks like this within another article about like how the Trump administration is basically rorting his time in office to make absolute bank and like enrich his family even further. But there was another one inside, it's like article inception inside this article about how they create these left-wing populists in branding, and they raise all of this money through donations by just getting them to say these popular left-wing kind of populist talking points, like about jobs and housing crisis and not blaming migrants for problems and, you know, racial solidarity and like these left-wing kind of talking points. But it's just it's a vehicle that's made this company that's organizes this stuff, this political branding, like $130 million. It's fucking mental. The guy on the left needs $20, cheapest outlet ever. Not this one. Yeah. I don't think about halfway down this thing. Yeah, I think it's about halfway. It is. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Thanks for finding that. But like it's incredibly interesting and eye-opening that this left-wing populist stuff has been just turned into a business model for these people to make bank on these donations. It's pretty scary, actually. And so this is what we were watching yesterday with Bernie Sanders. He seems to have completely sold out on his principles, especially for like anti-war stuff. And so like we watched 12 minutes of that, and it was, you know, it's difficult to watch. I think a lot of people could say that they were inspired by the Bernie sensation of 2016. And then just to watch kind of with stuff going on over the last 10 years, how things weren't really adding up with like the rhetoric that was being said and then the continuation of the same old. And there was a separation between rhetoric and action. And now it's become quite clear, I think, abundantly clear that it is all talk and no action, unfortunately. And even more than that, is like almost shutting stuff down that is anti-Israel, which is kind of scary to think about.
To say the same, to call his an affront and Palestinian Americans in 2016 and 2020, we would have expected he would have been one of the first to urge an immediate ceasefire. His failure to do so is an affront. His voice could open the door for many others to say the same. To call his actions or lack thereof a massive disappointment would be understating the hurt. Harb also quotes Noor Ali, a Michigan activist, as saying, "While the Republican Party is outright in their Islamophobia, many Arab and Muslim Americans are realizing that the Democratic Party, both moderates and progressives, have used us as a talking point." On the 5th of November of 2023, Bernie Sanders gave an interview to CNN's Dana Bash to respond to the recent protest at his office.
I want to just clarify one thing, Senator, if I might. You support a humanitarian pause in Gaza. Some of your fellow progressives say that there should be a full-on ceasefire, which would require an agreement on both sides to halt the fighting. Do you support a ceasefire? And if not, why not?
Well, I don't know how you can have a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, with an organization like Hamas, which is dedicated to turmoil and chaos and destroying the state of Israel. And I think what the Arab countries in the region understand, that Hamas has got to go. You got to have a pause in the bombing.
Shortly after, AIPAC shared a clip from the interview on Twitter praising Bernie for his ceasefire take.
Hamas has got to go.
In another test,
AIPAC is like the Jewish lobby. It's like massive. It is arguable whether it should be in existence. I think many people would argue that it shouldn't be in existence at all, because any type of foreign entity that donates in American politics needs to register as a foreign agency, like a foreign power influencing American politics. But somehow AIPAC, which is representative of Israeli interests in American politics, gets under the radar and gets kind of a free pass on that one. So like basically the state of Israel funds AIPAC, and AIPAC lobbies and pays American politicians off. And like it's so extensive that like most of the Congress people in US, like federal Congress, most people are actually, most of them are actually, or a large number of them are funded by Israel, like direct part of Israel's lobby efforts. So like way more than 50%. It's like a huge number are controlled by the interests of the state of Israel directly through AIPAC. And so it's pretty damning to have AIPAC, retweet Bernie's stuff and thank him for it. It doesn't look great. The optics aren't great. We have our own too, called AJAC. Interesting.
Estimate to just how much each day mattered, Gaza's Ministry of Health announced the following day that their death toll had surpassed 10,000 people.
Politician or president gets up there, we're going to be tough, and these are evil guys, we're going to go to war. What are the unintended consequences of that? Well, how many people are going to die?
It is very easy for politicians to go before the people and talk about how tough we are, and we want to wipe out everybody else. But I think if we have learned anything from history, is that we pursue every diplomatic option before we resort to military.
Wait, Indoctrinated, are you doing a stream this Savo? Because I'm going to finish at 3:30. I was just wondering if we're raiding. Are we raiding out? Raiding out on Friday afternoon or not? Let me know.
Intervention.
Other commentators made their feelings known, feelings shared by many others. Brianna Joy Gray, the National Press Secretary for Bernie's 2020 campaign, responded to the AIPAC tweet with, "Biggest political disappointment of our generation." Another former supporter, historian Norman Finkelstein.
Bernie Sanders is on the record saying it should continue. I barely can say that name anymore without being filled with contempt and disgust.
By comparison, Senator from Illinois Dick Durbin told CNN 3 days before Bernie Sanders' CNN interview that he supported a ceasefire.
Is a ceasefire needed now?
I think it is.
It was Durbin, not Sanders, to the surprise of many, who was the first senator to do so. Sanders declined to be interviewed by the Washington Post to discuss his views, but in written answers to questions provided to the Post, he said the, quote, "tragic reality is that Hamas wants permanent war and the destruction of Israel, and would not abide by the ceasefire." So when did Bernie finally call for a ceasefire? Bernie played a semantic game for a number of months after his CNN interview. On December 13th, 2023, he posted a letter to President Biden on Twitter where he laid out a grueling record of Israeli atrocities in Gaza and described the dire humanitarian disaster. Finally, he wrote, "I ask that you support efforts at the United Nations to end the bloodshed, such as the recent resolution vetoed by the United States, that would have demanded an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and full humanitarian access." However, Bernie explained in an interview 3 days prior what he meant by humanitarian ceasefire.
Why is it you oppose a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, I strongly support.
Parenti and Bernie had a falling out because Bernie supported bombing Yugoslavia. Interesting. What a time it would have been to be alive, or at least a fly on the wall to watch those two hanging out together back in the day. Parenti is like Yeah, the god of the left, and I don't mean like the liberal left, like this guy, like the left. People are down and indoctrinated with the real anti-capitalist structure out there. And then so you have the god of the liberal left and the anti-capitalist left coming together, and they had a falling out over bombing people, eh? And that's why Bernie is in the position he's in, eh? Yeah, very interesting.
And wish and hope that the United States will support the United Nations resolution that was vetoed, that we vetoed the other day. That was a humanitarian pause, a humanitarian ceasefire that would have, by the way, called for the release of all of the hostages held by Hamas and would have allowed the UN and other agencies to begin to supply the enormous amount of humanitarian aid that the Palestinian people. In terms of a permanent ceasefire, I don't know how you could have a permanent ceasefire with Hamas, who has said before October 7th and after October 7th that they want to destroy Israel. They want a permanent war. I don't know how you have a permanent ceasefire with an attitude like that.
Okay, so the war you're saying against Hamas is justified in that way.
I think Israel.
Yeah, I know. Great fucking question, right?
To go after
How many times do both sides shoot each other till it's not a ceasefire? Well, let's just take the evidence that we got so far, which is that I think there was 2 Israeli killed so far since the ceasefire has ended, and there's been a couple of hundred, if not more, Palestinians that have been killed since the ceasefire. And like every time it happens, people like ask Trump, and he's just like, no, it's still a ceasefire. It's still a ceasefire. Don't get me wrong. It's still a ceasefire. Like, I need to keep this record. Can everyone just shut the fuck up about it? All right? It's a ceasefire, even though they're still indiscriminately killing. And it's not just like soldiers or something, like they're killing Hamas. Like they're wiping out, again, women and children en masse. Like just yesterday, there was another strike, and it wasn't like, oh, these people were near the yellow line. They struck an encampment. And like I was listening to the interview with the people, and they were just like, yeah, I was just picking up body parts and trying to figure out who they belong to, kind of thing. Women, children, men, families, basically. Cold ceasefire. Yeah. It's fucked. It's not a ceasefire at all, actually. And they're still restricting the humanitarian aid in as well. They're not letting the right amount in. Yeah.
not the Palestinian people.
AIPAC thanked him again. By this point, at least 2 other senators had joined the call for a ceasefire, including Jeff Merkley of Oregon and even fellow Vermont Senator Peter Welch. In Bernie's letter to Biden, he said that, as of December 11, 2023, some 18,000 people had been killed. Not enough, apparently, for Bernie to call for a permanent ceasefire. Whatever Hamas's intentions, Bernie doesn't seem to understand, or refuses to explain, how it was remotely possible for Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades, a guerrilla army without an air force, navy, or mechanized army, to destroy the state of Israel, a nuclear power. I can only conclude that Bernie sought revenge and punishment for Hamas's mere desire, in Bernie's view, to destroy Israel. On February 14, 2024, more than 24 senators signed a letter to the president urging him to secure the release of hostages in tandem with a restored mutual ceasefire in Gaza. Bernie Sanders' name was noticeably absent. Indeed, Bernie continued to use the word pause as late as February 2024.
Will work as hard as I can to get the Biden administration to support is a UN trying to bring about a ceasefire, a humanitarian pause ceasefire.
On February 20th, Novara
That's actually pretty funny. You're saying Detroit. Are you in reference to like Gaza? Is that what you mean? Like the level of destruction in Gaza, and you're saying Detroit is looking pretty good these days. My God. Han is back for more.
Media published an interview with Bernie Sanders. Sanders was interviewed. February 20th, Novara Media published an interview with Bernie Sanders. Sanders was interviewed by their senior editor, Ash Sarkar.
Is what Israel is doing in Gaza a genocide?
In my view, it is absolutely disgraceful, horrible, and I'm doing, as a United States Senator, everything I can to end it.
But do you buy the South African case at the International Court of Justice that what Israel is doing in Gaza constitutes genocide or genocidal acts?
I think, look, we can
it's
argue about
Ash.
definitions. It is horrible.
But if
We could argue about definitions. Oh man, it's not good, is it? It's not good. It doesn't look good at all. That's the chick who wrote Minority Rule. Yeah, it is. Hey, commies, if you want cheap land to build housing, you can buy an entire city block in Detroit for $5K. I've heard that actually. I've actually heard that you can buy really cheap property in Detroit. So there you go. You're not wrong. Hey, not wrong. Ooh, what happened just then? Did we just get kicked out of the ceasefire? Ooh. Where were we at? We're at the Ash interview. But like, technically, it's a genocide, right? Right, Bernie Sanders? Say the thing. Oh.
Hey everyone, just wanted to take
What
a moment to say
happened?
thanks for watching. And if you haven't already, please, 20th, November.
In my view, it is absolutely disgraceful, horrible, and
say
I'm
it.
doing, as a United States Senator, everything I can to end it.
But do you buy the South African case at the International Court of Justice that what Israel is doing in Gaza constitutes genocide or genocidal acts?
I think, look, we can argue about definitions. It is horrible.
But if one agrees that it is a genocide, it means that other states have a legal right and duty to prevent genocidal acts being carried out.
But see, we can talk about that. But what does that mean?
There have been many genocides over the 20th century where there were signs that things might become genocide. And for various reasons, political reasons of perception, of all kinds of different opinions about this, people did not warn sufficiently in advance. And once things happen, it's first very difficult to stop them. And then, as we know, it's very difficult to bring people to account as well. So I think that one should always err on the side of caution and warn when there's sufficient signs, both in terms of how people speak about a potentially targeted group and then what sort of actions they're taking before genocide actually begins.
People's predictions and warnings of an imminent genocide, including from Holocaust scholars and UN experts, turned out to be true. History should not look back kindly on those in positions of power and influence who refused to join those that credibly warned of imminent genocide, now that the opinion is overwhelming. Too late, I might add, given that Gaza is destroyed, famished, with many tens of thousands of people dead.
This guy in ASC is who Mamdani is taking lessons from. Yeah. Like, so far what we've seen, and I know it's older footage now, but so far what we've seen of Zoran is all of the clips of Zoran where he's like protesting and he's pro-Palestine and he's denouncing Israel, calling it a genocide, calling out for what it is. But yeah, you're right. This is the guy he's taking lessons from. I think there was a meme someone put in Memes of Production of him following in their footsteps, right? You missed the main. Oh, wait. Talking about other stuff.
Bernie presumably granted Novara Media an interview to promote his book on capitalism, but Sarkar pressed him on his views on Palestine, revealing not only contradictions, but glaring moral failures.
Would you back calls for a cultural, sporting, and economic boycott of Israel?
I am nervous about economic boycotts of any country, to be honest with you.
Did you feel nervous about the boycott movement against apartheid South Africa? Was that a concern you had at the time?
What I thought that as an apartheid state at that point, it was important to put pressure. But people can do as they want, and that's all.
Indeed, despite the characterization of Bernie's views by his former staffers, who said the senator has spoken with moral clarity on the issues of Israel and Palestine, Bernie apparently can't or won't acknowledge that if boycotting South Africa was justified, certainly boycotting the state of Israel is justified. If Bernie knows even basic facts about apartheid South Africa and Palestine.
It's a facility that most Israelis are oblivious to, but many Palestinians know it well. This compound houses the Salem Military Courthouse.
Indeed, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter has concluded what is virtually undeniable.
Apartheid is exactly accurate. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Indeed, a former UN expert on human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories concluded the same in a 2022 report. There are pitiless features of the apartheid rule by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory that were not practiced in southern Africa, such as segregated highways, high walls and extensive checkpoints, a barricaded population, missile strikes, and tank shelling of a civilian population. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Israeli human rights group B'Tselem have concluded the same. Interestingly enough, Bernie has cited B'Tselem before.
According to the Israeli human rights group, B'Tselem,
in May 2017, Bernie gave an interview to Al Jazeera where...
That's J Street. That's the one. He's talking with J Street. South Africa needed the black labor. Israel couldn't care less. That is fucking savage how accurate that is, right? They needed them around. But Israel, they want to get rid of them. This isn't just apartheid. This is genocide.
Dina Takruri asked about BDS as well.
The Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions Movement, known as BDS. You, in your lifetime, are a longtime proponent of nonviolent protests.
Yep.
This, in the eyes of many Palestinians, is the effective way to get Israel to comply with international law and respect Palestinian human rights. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. I mean, look, I respect people will do what they want to do, but I think, again, our job as a nation is to do everything humanly possible to bring Israel and the Palestinians and the entire Middle East to the degree that we can together. But no, I'm not a supporter of that.
Palestinians will say they've resisted violently, they get punished. They resist non-violently with BDS, they're also punished. What, if not BDS, is left for the Palestinians to do?
Well, what must be done is that the United States of America must have a Middle East policy which is even-handed.
It's increasingly evident that hopes for a two-state solution are almost dead. At the same time, polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
Bernie doesn't support a state with equal rights, even when a two-state solution appeared all but impossible by that point. At the 2017 convention for J Street, the liberal Zionist lobby, Bernie explains his pro-Israel sympathies and history.
I lived on a kibbutz for many months in Haifa. And it was a very powerful experience for me, something that I will never forget. It was there that I saw and experienced for myself many of the progressive values upon which the State of Israel was founded. I think it is important for everyone, but particularly for progressives, to acknowledge the enormous achievement of establishing a democratic homeland for the Jewish people after centuries of displacement and persecution, and particularly after the horrors of the Holocaust. Israel has done some very bad things. So has every other country on earth.
In a 2019 essay for Jewish Currents, Bernie further advanced the values of liberal Zionism. My pride and admiration for Israel lives alongside my support for Palestinian freedom and independence. I reject the notion that there is any contradiction there.
My pride and admiration for Israel lives alongside my support for Palestinian freedom and independence. I reject the notion that there's contradiction there.
After October 7th, maybe Bernie's pride in Israel, as he described it, came under attack. After all, Israel is a country he clearly has a romantic attachment to.
When I look at the Middle East, I see our ally Israel making enormous technological advances with the capacity to serve as an engine of innovation and prosperity for the entire region. This week, my friends in Israel will observe your Memorial Day, the remembrance of those who have fallen in defense of the State of Israel. And we honor those who have fallen.
This attachment allowed Bernie to tolerate enormous atrocities.
Do I think Biden is a great campaigner? No, I don't. But I think he was an excellent president. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
In August of 2024, Bernie finally used the word ceasefire, not pause or humanitarian ceasefire. At this point, some 40,000 people had been killed, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health.
40,000 Palestinian lives lost, according to Gaza's health ministry.
However, we now know that the Ministry of Health
still refusing to acknowledge that those steps forward in tech and knowledge are on the dead bodies of Palestinians. Yes. Do you remember how we were looking at something, I think it was even related to what Helsing AI was doing and how they were connected to military technology and AI software, associated with military applications. And we stumbled upon that thing that was talking about the technology being like battle tested as well. And we were trying to figure out what they meant by that exactly. And some of the technology was stuff that they had been also using that the state of Israel had been applying. And they were saying that it's been tested because they've been using it on the Palestinians, not on soldiers, not on battlefields somewhere, like in Ukraine or something like that, for example. They just have been ensuring the technology works because they've been trying it on real targets. Tech opts out of the state of Israel. Like what tech? Like some tech does and then another tech company steps in. Like recently Microsoft opt out, is that what you mean? Because I know once Microsoft stepped out, then Amazon moved in, kind of thing. For hire to vetted parties. That vid you showed of offensive tech. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty crazy, the language they use. Like, what's the real meaning behind the language? Yeah, way back. Right.
Figures were likely a massive underestimate by some 40%, according to two studies conducted with different methodologies, both published in the Lancet Medical Journal.
Senator Sanders, what is your definition of the word ceasefire?
On October 7th, Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, invaded Israel and killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, took 200 hostages. They are a terrorist organization. Israel responded as any government would respond to an attack like that. Israel had the right to defend itself. But what has happened since then is, rather than just go after Hamas, a terrorist organization, what Israel under an extreme right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, these are racist. So this is the cabinet. What they have done is say, hey, we're not just going to go after Hamas. We're going to go after the Palestinian people.
I also noticed that his criticisms of Israel are directed at Israel's right-wing government.
The right-wing extremist Netanyahu government, right-wing extremist government in Israel.
Indeed, he continues to employ this language today. You have to understand, Israel today has a lame duck opposition. Out of the opposition leaders who would in theory challenge Netanyahu in an election, Yair Lapid, Benny Gantz, Gadi Eisenkot, Perhaps only Naftali Bennett would be able to build a coalition and become prime minister. Indeed, Bennett was briefly prime minister from June 2021 to June 2022, when he was in a rotating government with Yair Lapid. Just days after October 7th, Bennett spoke to Sky News, where he exploded at the interviewer for merely mentioning Palestinian civilians.
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis.
If Bernie is concerned with the humanitarian situation in Gaza and Israel's bombing and blockade, perhaps he'd be interested in Naftali Bennett's Gaza plan he unveiled in October 2023, as reported by Israeli religious.
We better not be bagging Bernie. Bro, strap yourself in. It is savage. His track record is absolutely appalling on the whole Gaza situation, among other things, but we're not even there yet. So if you're not looking to be depressed and have your eyes opened, then turn away. Avert your eyes, children. We are bagging Bernie via GDF. Seems to be doing some scathing analysis at the moment.
Zionist website Srugim, Bennett called to impose a complete siege on the northern strip to dry out and suffocate the Hamas terrorists in the tunnels until they are forced to leave, a plan similar to the so-called General's Plan to starve out North Gaza. Additionally, Bennett sought to create a new security zone 2 kilometers deep into the Gaza Strip along our entire border, a permanent zone. This is done by using massive firepower, ground forces, and engineering. Imagine bulldozers simply flattening the area. And third, to continually use firepower on Hamas throughout the Gaza Strip. Israel is conducting a continuous series of targeted ground operations with enormous firepower to disintegrate Hamas neighborhood by neighborhood. Yair Lapid, officially the leader of the opposition as head of the Yesh Atid party, supported a total siege of Gaza as well.
The Defense Minister Yoav Gallant ordered a complete siege of Gaza, meaning cutting off all supplies, including food and electricity.
When you don't have to respond to this, you should direct the question to Hamas. It's their fault. Ask them why is this happening.
But you support that decision?
I support everything necessary to make sure Hamas doesn't have the capabilities to butcher Israelis just because they're Jews. Yes.
Another opposition leader is Benny Gantz, who leads the Blue and White Party. Gantz previously served as IDF Chief of Staff from 2011 to 2015. In a guest essay for the New York Times, Gantz criticized Netanyahu for his conduct in Gaza. Despite Mr. Netanyahu's hesitation, I pressed for an immediate ground operation in Gaza. I called for a stronger and faster ground offensive in Rafah, despite the international pressure. I called for a powerful...
This guy's making the case that Netanyahu is like kind of the moderate one in the face of whatever the left wing is in the Israeli Knesset. Is that what he's talking about here? He's like Netanyahu is the light version? Oh my God.
Response on Iranian soil following the first Iranian attack in April 2024, while Mr. Netanyahu opted for a more restrained, symbolic response. And still today, I fully support maintaining a long-term military presence on the entire Gaza perimeter to prevent Hamas from ever regrouping. This Benny Gantz campaign ad proudly shows videos of buildings flattened by Israel in 2014. The ad boasts that this destruction yielded 3.5 years of quiet. Gadi Eisenkot, formerly of the National Unity Party, has since formed his own party called Yassar. You may know Eisenkot from his long military career, including Chief of Northern Command. In that capacity, he unveiled his notorious Dahiyya doctrine in a 2008 interview with Yediot Aharonot. What happened in the Dahiyya quarter of Beirut in 2006 will happen in every village from which Israel is fired on. Dahiyya was a Hezbollah stronghold that Israel flattened in sustained air raids during a 34-day war with the Shia group 2 years ago. We will apply disproportionate force on the village and cause great damage and destruction there. These are not civilian villages, they are military bases. By November 10th, 2023, an analysis for the Washington Post wondered aloud if this was the doctrine guiding the Israeli military in Gaza. Indeed, Eisenkot's plan appeared to be firmly in place, as evidenced by a Srugim article from the same day, which reported that the IDF wiped out entire neighborhoods in Gaza. Indeed, already on October 11th, 2023, the Jerusalem Post quoted Air Force Chief Omer Tischler as saying that his forces are dropping thousands of bombs around the clock. We are attacking very aggressively any place which Hamas and its people are using, he said. Even Yair Golan, who leads the Democrats Party, the successor of the late...
Yeah. I think it's to prove his point wrong, right? That... I know, like, he's gone down a long tangent here, sorry. But Bernie's rhetoric has been, since describing the need for a ceasefire in Israel, that it's necessary because there is a crazed right-wing leader, a radical right-wing party and a right-wing leader in control of Israel who are raining down this terror, but it could have been worse, potentially, given the left-wing candidates on offer. AI stuck in a loop, the AI voice. Have we come to a, oh, you will be ready at 3:30, ah, sweet. So, have we come to the conclusion that this guy uses an AI agent to do the voice? Occupied populations have a right to resist. Full stop. Bernie Sanders still defends the party that stopped him from being a president.
Labour and Meretz parties advocated for an invasion and occupation of a portion of southern Lebanon. One opinion headline in the Israeli Haaretz concluded, with a left wing that wants to occupy Lebanon, Israel lacks a true alternative to Netanyahu. But Golan's party is hardly considered a serious contender like the others I've mentioned. Bernie's insistence on criticizing only the right-wing government of Israel perhaps stems from a conviction that he has that if Israel were led by someone other than Netanyahu, then Israel would return to a former glory, a golden age of democracy and human rights. He sounded especially out of touch with reality when he said, at the 2017 convention...
No, not the script, but like sometimes people have the vocal agents there. They read scripts for them and stuff like that. But the script itself, no.
For J Street, the liberal Zionist lobby.
Israel's continued occupation of Palestinian territories and its daily restrictions on the political and civil liberties of the Palestinian people runs contrary to fundamental American values and, I believe, Israeli values as well.
The Palestinians who lived in Israel were placed under military rule from 1948, the year of Israel's founding, to the end of 1966. The current military rule and occupation of Gaza and the West Bank began in June of 1967. There has literally not been a single year of Israel's existence where they have not occupied Palestinians.
קדש, בן כמה? 9 שנים. 9? כן. יקום. יקום? כן, כן, 10. אתה זורק פה לפעמים אבנים? לא. אף פעם? בטוח?
What did he say to him?
יקום? כן, כן, 10. אתה זורק פה לפעמים אבנים?
Do you sometimes throw stones? Fuck. Man.
אף פעם? בטוח? סלמת לילדים. אבל לא ככה, למה אתם לא באים ב-10 בבוקר, לא ב-2-3
זה אחורה, עד שיוצאים.
Another issue I have with Bernie is his long time and repeated insistence on calling the state of Israel a democracy that shares values.
Well occupied when you draw lines. When Israel draws the borders, there's no occupation. Eh? And the international community accepts those borders and that position.
With other democracies.
The United States and Israel are united by historical ties. We are united by culture. We are united by our values, including a deep commitment to democratic principles, civil rights, and the rule of law.
Mayor Kahana, if you don't know, led the Kach
Can you
party.
imagine? Can't imagine soldiers coming to my house complaining that my kids are throwing rocks at them. Anyone saying that's normal should seriously question their reality. Yeah, could you imagine that? Waking up your children. And like that's an obvious form of terrorism. Waking up your children at 2 or 3 in the morning and like sitting in your own lounge room and like a heavily armed soldier. Do you ever fucking throw rocks? I know about you. And could you imagine what they do nowadays? That footage looked like what? 20 years old, 30 years old? Like just from the grain of the footage. Like the technology that they have now with the surveillance that they have. Thanks to the tech bros that are in there. Like they'd be able to pick these people off easy. They know exactly who they are and who's throwing the rocks and stuff like that. That is a form of terrorism for sure. They're terrifying that population. Imagine being a child like that. Did you throw fucking rocks? I am holding a gun. Do you understand? Nowadays, any kids throwing rocks get shot by drones. Yeah, they don't even need the soldiers to do it anymore.
Was elected to the Israeli Knesset in 1984. His positions included expelling all Palestinians from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Though, as explained by Israeli journalists Yossi Melman and Dan Raviv in 1988, expulsion was not a new idea. Besides the obvious expulsion orders during the Nakba of 1948, after the 1967 war, the Israeli cabinet discussed expelling Palestinians from the newly captured West Bank and Gaza Strip to the Sinai Desert. Melman and Raviv write, "Nothing practical emerged from these grand ideas, but the notion of transferring the Arab population survived. Over the years, it has taken various forms, but the record shows that relocation has always been an Israeli option, discussed quietly but seriously, and not simply a proposal of
Watch the old Louis Theroux interviews with the Zionists.
Right-wing extremists. Once, while speaking at the University of Minnesota, Kahana offended liberal Zionists by insisting that Israel was not a Western-style democracy. Kahana was, quite obviously, unrestrained by political correctness.
Israel's Declaration of Independence speaks of a Jewish state. The Constitution does not speak of a Christian state. It is not Western-style democracy.
England is a Western-style democracy, and in England they have a state religion, the Anglican Church, and technically all of their laws are based on the idea of the king and queen. But in fact, it functions as a Western-style democracy.
Great Britain does not limit immigration to Christians. Great Britain does not say that state land can only be bought by Christians. So stop playing games here. Now, I am all for those laws. Not because they're racist laws, of course not, but because they ensure the survival of Israel as the Jewish state. And that's not Western democracy. But thank God we have chosen that path, because if ever there is a choice between Western democracy, which means that the Arabs have a right to be the majority through peaceful means and vote Israel out of existence, or Zionism, which says never, I go for Zionism, which says never.
Bernie Sanders outraged his followers by refusing time and
Whoa. Like, this is a big thing at the March for Australia protests as well. This idea of everybody has an ethno-state, why not the white man kind of thing. So it's interesting how he's defined it there. It's like, yeah, they can't have property. We don't want them to have property. We don't want them to have the right to vote. Anyone who's not Jewish, because then it will cease to be a Jewish state. We're not like the liberal democracies, don't say it. Oh my God. So heavy, this stuff. So
And
heavy.
time again to call for a ceasefire, even as tens of thousands of Palestinians were reported killed. But he also disappointed his followers by refusing to label Israel's campaign as a genocide.
I get a little bit queasy, and I don't. What genocide? We use the word. We got to be careful about that word too.
It is a genocide.
What's your definition of genocide?
Why is it that it took until the 17th of September of 2025? Bernie's declaration of simply, "it is genocide," begins with his oft-repeated, "Hamas is a terrorist organization and Israel has a right to defend itself," followed by a list of all the institutions that had labeled Israel's campaign in Gaza a genocide. These include an independent UN commission, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, Israeli human rights groups B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel, as well as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. Indeed, the latter two declared as much in December 2024. In July of 2025, Bernie once again shirked from using the word genocide because it's a legal term.
Are you at the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
But Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that she's the
that's
first
good for Marjorie
Republican to go there.
I'm sorry.
That's good for her.
Look, genocide is a legal term.
Maybe you're inclined to give him the benefit.
Only a Jew, and being a Jew is birthright only. Yeah, but can a Palestinian be a citizen of? Lots of stones thrown with return air-fired guns back.
Benefit of the doubt that he was waiting for a tribunal or the...
This is a pretty heavy Friday session, not gonna lie. Yeah, I know, right? It is. I'm gonna have to go back to playing fucking Rome Total War or something like that. The drones are human-controlled or AI, both of which is abhorrent. Yeah, it is.
Opinion of jurists at the International Court of Justice to make a decision. In a Fox town hall on March 7, 2016, he shies away from the word genocide to describe what was occurring in territory captured by ISIS.
Do you think what's happening to Christians in the Middle East should be classified as genocide?
Look, what's happening to Christians in the Middle East, in that area, is horrific. What is happening to Muslims is horrific. It is disgusting, and I don't know that we have to put a word on it.
Just days later, on March 7th...
You have mentioned the Jackbox thing. I guess I could have a look at it. Can you say, can see you and 4S versus the viewers? Who knows? More common knowledge, pub trivia, etc. It's a good suggestion.
17th, then Secretary of State John Kerry declared the U.S. government position that ISIS was indeed committing genocide.
In my judgment, Daesh is responsible for genocide against groups in areas under its control, including Yazidis, Christians, and Shia Muslims.
And shortly thereafter, on March 21st, Bernie cites the Secretary of State's opinion.
Secretary of State John Kerry was right to say that ISIS is committing genocide, and there is no doubt in my mind that the United States must continue to participate in an international coalition to destroy this barbaric organization.
It appears Bernie did not feel queasy about declaring that ISIS was committing genocide when the Secretary of State said so. Why? That's for you to decide. Earlier this year, a bulldozer operator was invited on to the right-wing Channel 14 and was introduced by the host as the Leveler of Jabalia.
אברהם זרביב. ולא אמרתי, מלך ה-D9 משטח ג'באליה.
The live audience of the Patriots show applauded his gleeful boasting about his part in destroying entire cities. It's a scene out of a dystopian horror film.
תגיד לי, כמה בתים הורדת? אני ממוצע בשבוע שאני נמצא זה 50 בתים. לא יחידות דיור. זה אני. בניינים. אני. עכשיו, לא יחידות דיור, זה בניינים. לאן הם חוזרים הערבים עכשיו? רפיח, אין להם מה לחזור. וג'באליה אין להם לחזור.
The soldier also describes how, far from being a war, there is virtually zero risk for the soldiers of his Givati brigade.
תורת הלחימה של צה"ל השתנתה. אין איום מאגפים, אין איום מאחורה, כי אין אגפים ואין אחורה, רק מתקדמים קדימה והכל נהרס. אנחנו קטשנו אותם, יש עשרות אלפי הרוגים יש להם. יש להם אלפי הרוגים שהכלבים והחתולים אכלו אותם כי אף אחד לא אסף אותם. עשרות אלפים של משפחות, עשרות אלפי משפחות, אין להם נייר, אין להם תמונת ילדות, אין להם תעודות זהות, אין להם כלום, כלום, אין בית, אין כלום, הם באים, לא יודעים איפה הבית.
Fuck. That was heavy. That was heavy. And some like great documentation. That person just strings together fucking idea after idea after idea after idea after idea. Here's your evidence for it. Bang, 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 bang. So that's GDF if you're interested. And that was just to finish off what we had started yesterday. Jack's Box Friday nights could be a thing if M won't do it. Well, there you go. Jack's Box Friday nights if you're interested. I just have to figure it out on my end, but Indoctrination will take you up on that offer in the interim. There's Squeebalicious and 4IS. So it looks like Indoctrination is probably ready and waiting. I'm glad we got through to the end of that, because like once we started it yesterday, I really wanted to see where this was going. And yes, they've made a very good case as to why Bernie Sanders has absolutely no credibility in regards to his anti-war sentiment, and basically is part of the Israel lobby, AIPAC, and even fronts J Street. So anti-war, my ass, can you really therefore then trust him on the other things that he's talking about? Is he running this model that they have where they use left-wing populism now to push people towards a certain level of donation so they can revenue raise and push people towards the Democratic Party and all that sort of stuff? That is the big speculation when it comes to the phenomenon that is Bernie Sanders now. He's at a point in his career where he could do anything. He could be really outspoken. Who cares? He's so old now, but he's not that type. He's not that type at all, it would seem. Very unfortunate. Some hard realizations there. Very, very hard realizations there. So everyone, thank you very much for hanging out for some afters. For those of you who stuck around, we're going to be raiding now. So if you're watching this on YouTube, please go over to Twitch now, because we're about to raid. So I'm just going to set that up in the interim. Where we go? There we go. So yeah, thank you everybody for chilling out today, and we'll be back next week. So please enjoy your weekend. I hope you get time away from the clutches of capital. You deserve it. It's good to have some time off. It's really important for working people. To be able to take pause and enjoy life for what it is instead of just serving capital. So until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you next week, and enjoy your time away from capital. We're about to raid. See you soon.
Too many dreams to